Ah. Well, hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. As always, let me know that I'm actually visible and audible before I get to blabbering. Looks like my connection is strong this time. No trouble starting. That's good. Let everybody make their way in. Let's see. Yeah, make sure my mic's actually on this time. So just give me a thumbs up that I'm coming through okay. I was trying to... here we go. Ian's in the house. Hey, man. Sega. Hello, sir. Already got some fun comments, it seems. Just found a good deal for Fear and Desire on Blu-ray. That's excellent. I missed out on it. I still need to get a copy, but the Masters of Cinema British release is already out of print, so you got to get the Kino version, and that's, of course, Kino pricey with their usual encoding. It's a pretty good disc still. Of course, I am Arthur, King of the Britons. I request you to join me at my court at Camelot. No? You make me sad. Cool, coming through. Thanks, Christopher. Hello, sir. Ronald, of course. I think there are certain Python sketches that have been done so many times, but especially the Parrot one, Spam, Lumberjack. It's like you don't need to redo them. Everybody knows them already. So Fear and Desire completes Ian's Kubrick run. Excellent, sir. It always surprises me how many professed Kubrick fans, only know like the main 3 or 4, or they get like the Warner Bros. Box set and call it a day. And it's like, no, there's more than that. Like you got to know the early stuff. You got to know the indie films. You got to know Fear and Desire, which Stanley didn't want anybody to know, so he bought up every copy he knew of in existence and destroyed them. But he missed one. At the George Eastman house. But it really helps when people actually go back and look at somebody's entire body of work and not just focus on 2 or 3. Ronald's just literally spamming the comments already. I guess I should have. I actually hate spam. So every time, it's a funny joke, but every time they say spam, it just makes me think, man, that stuff is nasty. So it just automatically gives me that bad taste in my mouth. Laserdisc spam, DVD spam, Blu-ray spam. Does 4K have spam? Ultra high definition spam, I guess. Ian's copies of the final 3 Kubrick titles are 1 through 3. Yeah. Warner Bros. Was actually good about that. They stuck with his wishes up through Eyes Wide Shut. So if you are, a nerd like myself, it is cool to hang on to some of those alternate editions. And 4K is coming on those. We got The Shining. Clockwork Orange is, there's a master floating around. Apparently there's one for Barry Lyndon as well. And it seems like Warner will not do Full Metal Jacket, and it's like they're rumoring Eyes Wide Shut, which is the one that needs it most, really, because of its really intensive color palette and the intensive grain structure, neither of which is really on the current series of masters. So that's why it's the most disappointing one. But yeah, if they did a 4K Eyes Wide Shut that looked like the theatrical release, people would be flipping out because it's so grainy and so vivid in its usage of primary color schemes. That I think it's kind of an artistic statement because of that, and I adored it when I finally got to see a print. But it's like seeing it all over again for the first time. So I would highly recommend, if you ever get the chance to see a release print, even though it'll most likely have the censored, to put it politely, the mansion sequence will probably be the CGI censored version. It's still an amazing experience to see the film with the heavy, thick, soupy, like soup of grain all over everything, because they pushed all the photography, and the color is just so bold. So that's the one I'm hoping gets 4K most of all. But Warner's doing them, apparently one at a time. But those old 133 discs are still interesting. Let's see. Oh yeah, and of course 2001 being the first out of the gate. And yeah, the Criterion and some of the small labels are starting to get, bigger tier titles now, because the studios are wanting to, seemingly go streaming only and dry up their physical media runs. So in some ways that would be like how Criterion started on Laserdisc. They got big titles before studios realized there was a home video market, and then Criterion lost those titles. So it may get back to that, but then it may go even further to where physical disc releases will be expensive, specialty only, special order, and everything else will just be streaming. And there will be no main physical releases, which is what myself and a lot of others, and I'm sure you guys are all kind of, trepidatious about, which would be, I mean, it'd be great that the floodgates would open for smaller labels to get to stuff, but for everything else to dry up, it just seems like, 25,000 steps backward, because there's still tons of stuff that's not available on disc or not easily available. And the last thing I want to do is have it go back to how it was when I was growing up in the early 90s. And if you wanted to see something, all you could do was get a mail order catalog and special order VHS tapes and hope it was okay quality. And you'd hope you could afford like more than one. Of course, the difference being now it would be online ordering, and just you'd have to special order whatever you wanted on Blu-ray or 4K or whatever. But it would be cool to see Criterion get some big titles. They just got the big announcement this week in home video is that they are doing Netflix releases outside of just Roma. So they announced a handful, but the big two being they're going to do the Blu-ray release of The Irishman. And while that's great, I'm glad it's happening, and I'm like, fantastic. Now I don't have to watch it on streaming. They're going to do Other Side of the Wind, which is what I've been waiting for. So like I've been waiting for somebody to do that because I'm afraid it's just going to disappear off streaming services, because the rights have been a nightmare all these years, and it's amazing it was ever, completed in any state and actually released to public audiences. So I'm like, okay, if this doesn't hit disc, then it's going to disappear off Netflix one day and never come back. So like, please hit disc, and then I'm going to buy it day one, because I'm sure eventually it'll disappear, go out of print, or go back into right sell and stuff. And I don't want to be without it. So those are the big two for me. But yeah, Criterion announced their slate. I think it's 5, including Irishman and Other Side of the Wind, and I can't remember the other 3 titles off the top of my head. But that will be in addition to their Blu-ray release of Roma. But on the flip side, the negative of that is because Criterion is nowhere near doing 4K. That means those titles won't have a 4K release now or potentially ever, if Criterion doesn't go 4K in a while, or Netflix doesn't allow UHD releases of those. So that's another thing to note, which is, I mean, it's not really, it's just how it is. So there's no 4K for those, because Criterion is not doing 4K because it's not, cost beneficial for them, although they've talked about how they're looking to go into that. But anyway, that's the big announcement of the week. There are also some interesting catalog titles. Paramount has opened up their licensing and to a couple labels, primarily Kino, and then they announced they opened it even further, except the new Paramount catalog titles are going to be burned BDR discs for whatever stupid reason. So expect a big wave of Paramount releases, but in not so good burned Blu-ray discs. So I guess they liked what Sony did when Sony realized it was a mistake on theirs. So I guess they stopped doing that, and now they're doing press discs on the Sony Choice releases. And now Paramount's just like, we'll do it anyway. So I mean, it's good they're finally putting releases out, but it's also not so good that they're cheaping, being really cheap about it. And then Kino announced a big deal. They've got a deal, I think, also with Universal, because they've announced a whole bunch of Universal catalog titles. And interesting to me, most of all, is it's specifically a lot of classic era titles. A lot of Westerns are coming through. They're going to do Man in the Shadow, which was the film that Wells did, which basically kind of got the good word in to then do Touch of Evil the next year. And it's an interesting sort of noir Western mix. It's definitely more of a B film, but it's a really great film that was just not available for a long time. And then a couple days ago, they announced they're doing some of the classic Gary Cooper titles owned by Universal. So they're doing Bo Guest and oh gosh, what's the other one? Lives of a Bengal Lancer, and then some of the old Marlene Dietrich titles. And so they're really digging more into the classic era, which is always great because these need, proper HD releases, and some of them are brand new 4K scans. But of course, it's at Kino, so that means single layer Blu-ray discs, no frills, high price tags, and it's like, oh, great. But at least they're getting out there, so I'll have to just wait until they go on sale and buy them one at a time, like I always do. Yeah, Janus or Criterion. Yeah, I think that everybody always reads the rumors, and of course, the every time they release the drawings of potential titles, everybody has their own opinions. But yeah, I think Eyes Wide Shut is one that is potentially being rumored as a Criterion title. If they do it, I would hope it'd be like the Criterion Barry Lyndon that fixes the problems with the Warner Brothers master. In terms of them just doing their own master and going from 4K and stuff. And on Barry Lyndon, they fixed the aspect ratio and put the mono track back and stuff like that. It's also rumored they may do The Great Escape, which would be really great. They would apparently use the 4K master, and apparently there may be a newer master than what we have on the Blu-ray with the weird color. And of course, that would mean getting to bring back all the Laserdisc special edition features, which are really great. There's an amazing Criterion commentary on there. So that would be really cool, and they could probably shoot the works with just all kinds of new extras and things and go for like a really crazy, awesome double disc loaded Blu-ray set. That would be really cool because the current MGM Blu-ray, great new scan, terrible color, not good sound, and not really any of the old extras. There's some from like the special edition DVD, but they're okay. So yeah, that's the pretty much news of the last week or two. And, outside of the latest and greatest on 4K and stuff like that. So I guess what I'll do is, I saw some more here. Brian's in the house. Hey, man. Watching old Columbia Western with Broderick Crawford called Last Posse. Oh, that sounds cool. I'll have to add that to my list. He's an underrated actor, I think. He eventually became more of, the character actor or the heavy in a lot of films, and he and Lon Chaney Jr. were really good friends and destroyers of many dressing rooms because they were drinking buddies. They would just get bored and get drunk, and then while they were waiting for the next setups, they would just fight each other because apparently that's what you do, and destroy the dressing room. But of course, once you hit All the King's Men, which was his big award-winning lead showy role. After that, he seemed to get more lead parts and stuff. But he is an interesting actor when you see him pop up and stuff. Pete made it. Hello, sir. Fellow Pythons, yes. Let's see. Oh, Gary's in the house. Hey, man. Be upset if Criterion doesn't do a new scan of Great Escape. Yeah, somebody posted on the Blu-ray forums where we were all talking about Criterion rumors that apparently TCM showed a new master, and they posted a screen grab, and it does look like it has a different color timing and it's a different scan source. So, fingers crossed. There's apparently one floating around, but I didn't look at it very closely. I couldn't tell if it was, a new master, or TCM still likes to show a lot of older masters, which sometimes they're better than what's on the disc because they're like from a higher gen source, or it's literally what's on the disc with cable compression. So sometimes they'll, like, for example, for the longest time, they ran the old Laserdisc master of North by Northwest and eventually switched to the DVD. And sometimes they still do that. They show the DVD master when there's a Blu-ray available or a 4K available. And it's only been the past year or two where they started really honing in on that because they upgraded the HD channel, because the HD channel for the longest time was just the standard def channel up-resed. But of course, being through cable and broadcast, it's, you're really splitting hairs at that point because there's so much compression on stuff. But yeah, that would be really great. Speaking of all that, I guess that's a good segue to jump into this, because this is a title that only pops up on TCM and they show an old master. So he gets to discuss local pickups and finds. This one I got to talk about because I gushed about it on the Facebook groups. This is one of those holy crap, what did I just find in a dollar bin? And this title is a pure no DVD available. It's never been released on DVD. There's no Blu-ray. There's nothing. And the only way you can see this is on a pan and scan VHS tape, which is a crime for the way this film was shot. This Laserdisc and the once in a blue moon TCM showings where they just show the Laserdisc master. And I'm still amazed I found this because I've caught like 5 minutes of it on TCM like 10 different times, never get to see the whole thing. And that, of course, is MGM's Raintree County. So this is one of the big key Laserdisc exclusive titles. This is like top 5 up there with the Roadshow version of the Alamo. I don't know why this has never hit DVD. It seems to me they could at least put this Laserdisc master on a DVD by this point in time if they're not going to do a new scan. But the big thing about this film is that it's, a Civil War era set romance with a trio of great stars and of course made in, as you can see here, in the MGM Camera 65 window to the world technique, meaning, of course, the legendary Ultra Panavision 70 millimeter system that MGM developed and primarily used on the William Wyler remake of Ben-Hur. So I haven't got to really watch this all the way through yet because it is, a lengthy, epic styled film. But if you ever saw this, it should ostensibly be in the full 2.76:1 ratio. I'm sure this is probably closer to 2.35 because most older transfers, DVDs, especially Laserdisc, they just couldn't scan that wide, or they thought it wouldn't look very good on a CRT back in the day. But I was really impressed with the way that Ben-Hur, the 1959 version, looks on the letterbox Laserdisc. So, and I've seen a piece of this on TCM where they use this master, and it looks pretty good for its age. But yeah, this is just one of those. It's never reappeared. I've tried to see this thing for years. I think critically, it's some people do really like it. I have a pretty nice MGM style gatefold. I do like the centerfold. The color tinting gives it that real old timey feel, and you have some nice star shots there. And of course, your chapter index. And it's just spread across 3 sides with, I think it's got the original trailer at the end, and that's it for special features. So yeah, and of course directed by Edward Dmytryk, and it's pushing 3 hours, so it definitely hits that roadshow epic runtime. And the soundtrack is Prologic encoded, so it's a version of the original magnetic stereo 6-track that would have been on the 70 mil prints. And I think this got a general release, probably cut down a little bit in the 35 millimeter run. But yeah, this is just one of those films. It's definitely pretty obscure nowadays because the availability is so low. And I think the overall reception is kind of mixed. Some people really like it. Some people just aren't really a fan of it. But I've always wanted to see this. And but the real crazy thing is this normally is like a $20 to $40 disc. And I just stumbled across it in one of my local haunts that has a little cubby hole of Laserdiscs. And it's usually like the same 10 or 15. But they price them between 99 cents, and they've had a bunch of Disney discs for a while, and those are all $7 to $10 for no reason, just because they're Disney. But I was like, well, I'll just glance through here, and I almost didn't notice this because it was sandwiched in between all these overpriced Disney discs, and I'm like, wait a minute, wait, no, that can't be. And I saw the I'm seeing the little top of the MGM spine, where you start to see it, and I'm like, no. So this cost me 95 cents, and I'm still stunned. This is probably my single best Laserdisc in the wild find, simply because, I mean, it's not like a crazy rare Japanese import disc or some rare horror disc somebody's going to pay 60 or 70 bucks for, but it is a rare title. It's a Laserdisc exclusive. Normally it would set you back like somewhere around 30 or 40 bucks on eBay. And the jacket's in good shape. It's got a great gatefold. And now I finally get to see this because I've seen like the same 10-minute stretch like for 5 or 10 years because I'll catch it on TCM. And I'm like, oh, it's Raintree County. Oh, I can't watch this now. I got to go. Damn it. But yeah, so this has been my big find. And again, you never know what's going to turn up. And occasionally you get super, super lucky like this. So I'm finally excited to actually see this. Now I just hope it's I mean, I'm sure I'll enjoy it, but, I hope it's been worth at least some of the wait. Um, and then a couple more LDs. It's been pretty decent. I mean, it's been relatively dry outside of random group pickups and sales. So one of the other local stores, they had a couple extra discs in. Nothing super special, but they had a number of Clint Eastwood westerns. Some of the Leone titles I already have. So I picked up this one that I have the Blu-ray of it from Universal, but this is a super great copy, letterbox, still in the shrink wrap. So I picked up the John Sturges western Joe Kidd, starring Eastwood. And I have to say, I do actually rather like the art. It's pretty generic, of course, in the standard Universal letterbox sleeve, but I do like it when they have sort of different colors. So this is sort of a whitish beige instead of, blue, purple, red, yellow, green. And it does fit the sort of, rustic look of Western photography. And, I like the mock up. It looks pretty good. Has the original mono soundtrack, and it's just a single CLV disc. So I'll spin this up. It's been a while since I've seen this film, so I'll spin this up and check out the transfer. And anytime I can find a really good condition laser disc, especially something from a great director in this shape for like a buck or two, I'm like, okay. Now these next three came from one of our lovely Facebook group sellers. He was doing a big blowout sale and, free shipping. So, he kind of, whenever they do that, they kind of take a loss on the shipping because they're just trying to clear out discs. But he had a number of really interesting different titles in there. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'll take some. I have problems. I have too many discs. I have too many discs to watch, but of course I get more. So this is pretty uncommon. It's a double feature set from MGM that pairs the silent classic West of Zanzibar with the sound talkie remake of The Unholy Three. So this is a double feature of Lon Chaney's senior titles. And I really wish this wasn't a standalone because they pretty much just did this one. These and the well, I wouldn't say the majority, but at least the good Chaney classics that most people know are available on various DVD releases, mostly from Warner Brothers and some from the Warner Archive. I think the DVD set with these two, I think these two are in two different sets because there's like three main Chaney sets. But I think those pretty much just use these Laserdisc era masters, probably just a little bit better resolution wise because they're on DVD. But this is very similar to the other MGM double features of this time period. Really nice custom art, obviously. At least they stylized it a little, but these are obviously, VHS mock-ups because the way it's done vertically. But I do like their cover art. They have digital soundtracks. Of course, Unholy 3 has a nice silent score. And no, I'm sorry. Unholy 3 is the talkie version, and West of Zanzibar, it has the silent score. I keep forgetting that this is indeed the talkie one and not the original silent version, because it's just strange thinking having a double feature set with a silent film and the talkie remake instead of, the two silents or both versions of Unholy 3 on one set. But yeah, unfortunately, this is really the only spiffy Chaney release from a major studio on Laserdisc. There's a couple others. There's some releases of Hunchback of Notre Dame, of different restoration sources and stuff like that. Some versions of Phantom of the Opera, but for the other films, this is really all there is on Laser, and it's a really nice little release. Yeah, I can't say no to Laserdisc, but especially when it's stuff like this, where it's definitely on the uncommon side, I'm like, okay, I take that one, and I can't afford these, but I'll take those too. So he also had one of the lovely RKO Classic Collection that I'm chipping away at getting the whole run. This is now on DVD from the Warner Archive, and apparently they did a little cleanup on it, and there's some extras on there. But outside of that, this was the only way to see the film for a long time. And this is a picture directed by Nicholas Ray. This is Born to Be Bad. I think it was the first picture he made with Robert Ryan, and it's definitely it's not quite a film noir, and it's not quite what used to be termed the woman's picture. It's kind of like a cross between that. It's been definitely a long while since I've seen it. I caught it on TCM once years and years ago. So I'm excited to finally rewatch it, and I'd like to eventually get the archive DVD and compare it to this Laserdisc. Of course, you have the standard RKO classic cover and layout, PCM mono soundtrack, no extras because it's Image. They were just doing their job and at least getting these titles out there. But yeah, as you go along, the RKO titles they get harder and harder to come by, especially as the years go by. So, and the more I dig into Ray's directorial career, or oeuvre as you would put it, just the more fascinating I find all of his films. So, any chance I get to revisit his work, I'm just very much excited to do so. Get in the habit of re-sleeving stuff because otherwise I forget. And then this one is not a gatefold, but it is a really interesting double feature set that I didn't know was on Laserdisc. So this is actually a double feature of films directed by Jean Cocteau. So this is, and pardon my terrible French, Le Parent Terrible and Les Enfants Terribles. This is a double feature set from Image. I think this was made about 96 or so. Criterion has done these titles on DVD. So there are definitely, spiffier versions out there, but this is actually, getting pretty late on in Laserdisc life, and, PCM mono soundtracks for both, English subtitles. And, I've I've seen Les Enfants Terribles, but I have never seen the earlier films. So I looked it up on the database, and it's very uncommon. So I'm like, well, heck, I'll just get this and watch both of them and check it out. Pretty nice artwork. Again, no gatefold, but it's just two CLV discs in here with the film spread across all four sides. So a really nice Image release. When they were starting to crank out some really nice pressings later on in the 90s, much rarer, more art house or cult titles that nowadays are extremely rare. So yeah, I was definitely happy to pick this up because he was just blowing out titles. So you never know what some of the group sellers going to have. And of course, because it's been a little while since my last stream, I did stop by Barnes and Noble again, and I took a gander at the actually still pretty well stocked half off vinyl section. And I'm not sure how long that sale runs. So if you missed my last stream, Barnes and Noble's having a big blowout sale on books and stuff, but a lot of their vinyl is marked half off, and you have to go in each individual store and search for 50% off stickers. So I picked up this, which is the most recent Pretenders album, although I think it's just pretty much Chrissy Hynde solo with a variety of different musicians and stuff. But yeah, I'd never gotten to get this album. I really love the Pretenders, so I was like, well, it's half off, so that made it like literally $10 for a sealed LP with a download code and stuff. And the pressing on here is actually pretty good. It's nice standard weight vinyl, simple, no scratches or marks or anything. Because as I'm sure you guys pretty well know, it's very difficult to get new vinyl these days that is not, covered in handprints or defects and stuff. Because a lot of pressings these days are just plain terrible. The artwork's pretty nice too, and apparently, from what my online research indicates, this is not quite out of print, but it's of course getting harder to find because it's now a couple years old, and a lot of these modern records, modern albums with vinyl pressings, they don't stay in print all that long. So sometimes it's better if you just get it when it's cheap, because eventually it just disappears and then hits Discogs for like $600 or something ridiculous. So definitely check your local Barnes and Noble in the next week or so just to see what they may have. And it has to be stickered 50% off. And apparently it varies by store. So there's no online database or something. So I've read some people finding certain things in certain stores, and then another person goes to a different store, tries to get the same thing. It's not on sale. So it has to be like physically marked. Oh. So I'm always amazed at what turns up in between me doing live streams, because I'm always like, well, things have dried up and I don't know if I'll have anything. So, and then as soon as I think that, I go to do a live stream and I'm like, oh crap, I actually got a lot of stuff. This was a lucky find. This was simply because I've had a saved eBay search. I've been trying to get all 5 volumes of this series, and because they stopped making them, they're out of print, they get pricey, and then they've done some on Blu-ray. Some are reprinted by the Warner Archive, but I think they only did volume 5. But this is actually the hardest one to find. This is volume 4 of the Warner Brothers Film Noir Classic Collection DVD series that they started back around 2005 with volume 1. Volume 1 really had most of the hard hitting iconic classics like Out of the Past, Murder My Sweet, Asphalt Jungle. And then starting with volume 2 and going up through 5, they started doing more obscure titles, more fan favorites, more diehard noir fan, classics. And this one was the first time where they, instead of doing 5, they did 10. So these are 10 double feature discs. They're all dual layered, so it's pretty much a nice single layered DVD transfer for each film. It's loaded with commentaries. There's a number of featurettes on all these, and they mix in some, genre classics. Let me do this so you can try and see without it being, super glary. Or maybe if I just do this, it'd be easier. But anyway, as you can see, it's mixed in with, more noir fan classics you have on Blu-ray. But the rest of these are still exclusive to this set. And like I said, this is the hardest one to get. Usually this one is somewhere around $50 to $70. And somebody just had a buy it now on eBay with free shipping for, less than $20. And I'm like, oh, are you sure? And I'm like, oh, this is box 4. Okay. So of course, like most Warner slip boxes, by this time, it's got a little bit of wear and tear along the spine, but these were always loose. They're just, slip boxes. But Warner Brothers did a great job with these. They all have original poster art with these really cool double feature covers and, custom rears with these special features, and they're all stylized. So they look really great because this was still the heyday of when DVD was king. So I now have volumes 1, 2, and 4. So I just have to get 3 and 5. Our Warner Archive still reprints 5, so you can get that one if you really want to. But the first 4 are, you got to find them on the used market. And again, these have been coming out on Blu-ray, but like one at a time. And of course, Criterion picked They Live by Night because it's a iconic classic film. So the likelihood of these other films coming out on Blu-ray in the near future is pretty much null and void. So it's definitely a good idea to grab these when you find them for cheap. So wonderful, wonderful find, and I'm just amazed I finally found box 4. Okay, keeping on the DVD front. So this one, eBay's introduced a really cool new feature. I don't know about you guys, but if I look up something, I just put it on my watch list just to save. So my watch list is super massive. But it helps me keep track of various releases or if people mark stuff down. But they've started this new feature where apparently sellers can see if you add something to your watch list. And then if they really want to sell something, they'll send every person who put it on their watch list a special offer. So it'll be like, oh, you watched my item. Well, if you buy it in the next 48 hours, you get 60% off. And I'm like, they know I'm weak. So I wish this had been in here in time for my last stream, of course, on the Thin Man films, because this was a big gaping hole in my collection because these TCM Spotlight sets are great, but they only printed so many. They were usually special order and very expensive, even though they're just DVD. But because the seller sent me a crazy, amazing deal for like 75% off what he had it listed for, I was like, okay. So, and I'm so glad I finally have this because I've only seen, I believe I've seen 2 out of the 5 in this set, but I did finally pick up the TCM Spotlight Powell and Loy collection. This is 5 of their other MGM vehicles. So this pretty much gets you every other film they made outside of the Thin Man series, the lone outlier being The Great Ziegfeld, which Warner Brothers has on DVD separately. So, and of course, this is part of the TCM Spotlight series. which they did, everything from the World War II Errol Flynn films to an Esther Williams collection, Doris Day box set. And it was actually a really nice line that they unfortunately stopped. What's also cool about these, they're not like retailer exclusive like some of the other TCM sets are that are absurdly expensive. So, they still turn up for, usually $25 or so, but usually closer to like the $40 mark, which is why I'd never gotten this. Nice artwork on the back, and then you get a nice fold out digipack case. And there are, a couple little extras, primarily just some cartoon short subjects, some various newsreel and 1930s, 1940s short subject short films, and then some theatrical trailers. See if I can fold this out. But what was really cool is they kept the original poster art on each disc, which is really uncommon for even Warner Brothers DVDs. Because by this point in time, everybody was already doing the generic, gray or black or white labels. And of course, you get another lovely still of Powell and Loy. So I'm really excited to finally see these other films I haven't seen in here. And definitely, the moral of this story is add something to your eBay watch list because the seller may just decide to send you a special offer. But very, very glad to finally have this. All right, last on the DVD front, these were just cheap pickups from the local store. They have a new arrivals shelf, and I just try and like glance through that every once in a while just to see if like some little gem has popped up in there for like, a couple bucks or something. This is something I've meant to pick up for a while. I didn't pick it up back in the day when they did the 2 disc sets of, they did this along with Dog Day Afternoon Network, and I just never got this for some reason. Then the Blu-ray came out, but if you look it up and dig into it, the Blu-ray and new 4K master of this film has dodgy color, which Gordon Willis himself decried and was like, sorry, said in an interview shortly before his death, I hate what they did to the film. Like, I supervised the last 2-disc DVD and it's perfect. So if you want to see the movie, go get the 2-disc DVD. So I've been trying to find a nice cheap copy of this and finally did. So picked up the 2-disc SE remaster of really the iconic film, All the President's Men, directed by Alan Pakula, shot by Gordon Willis. And if you want to see the film look proper, definitely pick this up. It's got some nice extras because this is when Warner Brothers did some nice 2-disc special edition sets. But unfortunately, when they made the new 4K DCP and Blu-ray from that, they messed around with the color and the black levels. So this is the cinematographer approved version. It still has the original mono soundtrack, but you can also pick up the Laserdisc to get that in PCM. But the Laserdisc of President's Men, I mean, it's good, but it's definitely a little bit noisy. It has some aliasing and stuff. It's an older master. It's an early 90s Warner Brothers disc. So this is a much easier on the eyes way to see it. And it has the correct color and everything. So if you see this, it's usually, like $2 or $3. Definitely just go ahead and pick up a copy. It's an iconic film of the 70s. I wish it was more well known. It's a really great film. And it's always easier to go back and revisit, this film than actually go and read Woodward and Bernstein's actual book, because, as important as it is, it's, it's definitely the film doesn't have a dry section, whereas the book, you have to constantly cross-reference the names and not confuse yourself. But yeah, definitely an important film and an important transfer to have on hand. And then this one was just, I could not believe this was there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, how much is this? Okay, yeah, this is coming with me. I'm not saying anything. I got to see this years ago around the time the movie the feature version of the movie came out. And I had just read Ludlum's novel and I was reading the all 3 Bourne books. But shortly thereafter, this DVD went out of print. It was basically made to tie in with the 2002 film. So this is the 1980s television miniseries adaptation of The Bourne Identity with Richard Chamberlain. So this runs about, I think it's a little over, it's 3 hours, 8 minutes. So it's, I believe it's just a 2-part miniseries. I don't think it's 3 parts, but they made this new transfer for DVD as a tie-in to the Doug Liman movie, which I also really do quite like, even though it departs from the book quite a bit. I like that Lyman found ways to keep the book spirit alive, and that movie has a spirit to it. It has a sense of fun that these sequels just don't have. But if you're looking for an adaptation much closer to Ludlum's novel, this is definitely much more up your alley. I think the only downsides are that it's a television miniseries from the 80s. So, it definitely has a soft look to it. Of course, it would have to go through network censors of the time, things like that. And then they had it in the 2 night time slot. So, although it's a little over 3 hours, it's basically, just two back-to-back nights of primetime television. So you could just almost imagine where the commercials go. But that being said, I remember actually quite enjoying this and admiring that they got so much of Ludlum's very plot twisty book, because it's basically a 600-page tome of backstabbing and double dealings and two-fisted pure spiness. So I really am excited to finally rewatch this, because this DVD's been out of print for ages. It's an old snapper case, pretty standard, generic looking jacket, but it gets the job done. And I'm sure this looks much better than, say your old copy you taped off of TV on like one of the re-airings back in the early 90s. Unfortunately, this being a snapper case, I guess the reason why it was so cheap, they thought, was because somebody did the lovely thing where they broke some of the teeth out. So I'm having to hold the disc in here right now. But the disc itself is fine. The rest of the case is fine. So the fact that, I paid, like for something for this instead of like $65, I'm okay. The value of this kind of fluctuates, but usually you'll be paying anywhere from 20 to 50 or $60 for a copy of just this DVD. There's no other real release that I know of. So if you ever find this, I definitely highly recommend it, even if you've never read the novel. It's a pretty good adaptation. It's dated in certain ways, but it's definitely much more of the book in terms of setting and tone than the Doug Liman movie. But I like that too. But this is much closer to the novel, and I think the novel is really underrated. The third of the Bourne series in terms of the books kind of starts to lose the plot and go off the deep end a bit. But I think especially Bourne Identity, the book, is just a great novel if you've never read it. And this is a very surprisingly good adaptation. Okay. All right, we're almost done, I promise. So last, these are I don't really collect comics. I would like to more than I do, but the expense and the fact that it's a whole other realm of collecting, and I already collect too many things. But there are sometimes, like graphic novels, trade paperback collections, and I read whatever I can find in libraries just to read about the various characters and stuff. But there are certain characters that I'm very much fond of, and I saw these sticking out of the bookshelf. I'm like one of the only people that looks at books in record stores, because they usually have like little cubby holes of odds and ends and books and manuals and biographies and such, and usually for dirt cheap, because people don't buy books in record stores. But instead of in the comic section, these were in the book section. But I picked up two books from Moonstone, and these are both about a character very near and dear to my heart, that because he's not very popular here in the States, availability for stories is rather limited. But these are apparently quite rare. They were literally dirt cheap. But I picked up the Phantom Chronicles. This is a short story collection of 17 short stories by various authors about the titular Ghost Who Walks. And I've already read about the first third of them, and they're actually really good. It's like a nice old-fashioned adventure short story collection. And I've been very surprised at the quality of the writing in this so far. It's actually quite good. And they also have some really nice, each story has an actual comic panel. So they do a full drawing. Here's a lovely shot of the Phantom apparently trapped and tied to a chair, looking like a very demonically possessed person trying to escape. So that's another nice touch. And then the cover art is really, really nice. So yeah, this is from Moonstone, and they do a series of Phantom comics as well. But I've always been trying to read more Phantom stories, so this has sort of been my gateway outside of the little bits here and there, and then of course the '96 feature film. And they also had This one's actually it's more of a graphic novel, but it's actually a strange hybrid. It's like every page is it alternates between a whole page uh, comic art and then actual text. So this is also from Moonstone. It's called Phantom Generations. This is apparently the first of a two-volume set. This is also apparently, I guess it was originally a comic series. And so like because it has different covers in here. So this is like a collected version, I think. But like I said before, it's really interesting because it's like a hybrid comic novel. So as you can see, every page has really fantastic art in black and white, and then a really great text, and it's nicely stylized, so it looks like what you'd see in a pirate movie or on old parchment or something. So this just this just looked too cool. So I'm like, yeah, fisticuffs, real fisticuffs. I'm like, okay, this is much more my speed. And both of these were literally $2. So I was like, yes, please. And I looked these up, and apparently they are much more than what even their list price says, because apparently they're both out of print. So definitely excited to finally read more Phantom stories. And then last but certainly not least, I know I was just saying I don't collect comics, but this one it just looked too pretty, and it was actually it was one of those weird things. It's brand new, but it was actually, I guess it was traded in used because it still had the plastic seal on it. I don't really understand the whole notion behind constantly reprinting comics and omnibuses and hardcovers and stuff when it's literally the same content inside. But this was literally like half list price of this edition, so it was like the same cost of the trade paperback version that I always meant to get because I love this story arc. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm weak. I'm just going to go ahead and get this because I've wanted a copy for years, and it's a hardcover and it's half price. And yeah, I love this series much. So this is it's called the deluxe edition, but it's a hardcover reprinting of the really awesome Batgirl Year One run from the early mid 2000s. I think it was like 2003, but they did a Batgirl series and a Robin series. It was basically a hyper stylized modern retelling of the early days of Batman sidekicks. And they're really nice runs. They have a sort of dark, cheeky humor to them, which I really enjoyed, and really, really great art, as you can see by this awesome cover. But yeah, it's actually hardcover now, so I was like, yeah, I can't resist. The price was just super super cheap, so I'm just glad I finally have a copy of this because I read this back in the library many years ago, and it was one of the first like Batman related comics. I was like, okay, this is much more, my speed of it's actually got some humor to it. It's not all darkness and everything is gritty because we all have to copy Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns or Arkham Asylum and stuff like that. That stuff's great, but you need some levity every once in a while. So yeah, this is one time I just went ahead and got the super cool, awesome hardcover version. So yes, now I have to fight a growing comic addiction. So that does it for recent finds and such. I feel like I talked myself silly. Let's see. Let's catch up on some of these. Yeah, got some game talk. Oh, Pete's got President Spin on DVD. Yeah, I think all of them have the mono. They did a snapper case single disc first, which was probably the Laserdisc Master because it was an early DVD, and then the 2-disc set. So either way, you should have the mono. Let's see. Oh, Wolf dropped in. Hey, man. An Atrex here. Hello, sir. Let me scroll back up so I don't miss anything. Okay, here we go. I think I found the right point. Okay. Masters of Cinema release, Fistful of Dynamite with the mono. Yeah, I would like to get that release, but of course it's a little pricey because it's one of their awesome ones with a slip box. But basically, all they could do was release the MGM master and then the Italian disc. So they're well encoded, but it's like I mean, I already have both of those, so but I still feel like I need to get it anyway, but I guess I'll wait till it goes on sale. And of course, they also had to censor out the few seconds of horse falls because that's what they do in the UK. So that's the only real downside of that release. Otherwise, it's pretty much just doing the best with what's available, and they really went the extra mile to do so. It's got lossless original mono for I think it's on both discs, but the Italian disc is the recolored one, so it's got the not so good Italian master, but then with the new color applied with all the yellows and browns and just yuckiness. Um, and then the other one is just the disc that both MGM and Kino have put out. So that's the problematic, MGM long version with the wrong soundtrack cues and stuff like that, and the censored audio track. So it's still a mixed bag, but it basically compiles everything that's out there and puts it out in one package with awesome artwork and good encoding and stuff. So I definitely applaud them for doing so, but it's one of those where I'll get it for completion's sake, but it's not something I need to just rush out and get because I already have all the other disc versions. I just wish we could get one that actually was perfect, but at least they went the extra mile to try and, get something out there that was better. Um, Favorite hobbies outside of collecting movies and music. Oh wow. Well, I mean, outside those are pretty much my hobbies: film history, film theory, film production, industry news, research, and then disc history, disc transfer, disc collection. So it's like all one giant non-ending cycle. Um, I mean, I guess the only thing outside of that is I still collect various book series, and I'm a book nerd. So if I ever see a book, in a free book swap or or dollar bin or something, I have to just be like, okay, why do I have too many books now? Oh well, I'll finish this at some point. Um, so that's probably my other like main hobby, but it's something I wouldn't quite say passively pursue, but it's just something that's sort of always on the back burner, and I'm always reading something. Um, so it's pretty much motion pictures in general, and then music as well, and collecting kind of goes hand in hand with all that, and then books as well. So it's basically just unending media. um, let's see. To say Great Escape is a truly great escape movie. Yeah. I think it pretty much is the textbook escape movie. Of course, it has escape in the title. Um, yeah, I am definitely moving to just go ahead and do. I would like to get a regular review series going of just general analysis and stuff. Not necessarily like long, super long pieces, but at least because it's surprisingly you wouldn't think it's that hard to make a bunch of videos all the time and get like a schedule going, but it takes so much more time than you realize just to write, record, edit, post, render, all that stuff. So I would like to at least just I've wanted to do a review series for a long time. I used to have a well, I mean, it's still up. I had a blog site where I just posted reviews and I just kind of waxed poetic about random things and then disc transfers. So I think at the very least, I'll get that going again so I can post regular reviews and then hopefully at least translate some of those into just, short video reviews that, 5 to 10 minutes in length, but, at least try to have more, trying to think of the right word, more content to them than the usual, YouTube online movie review of some guy going, "Oh, I got advanced passes to this movie. I thought it sucked, or I thought it was great," and it's like that's nothing, And outside of somebody just posting something like 5 minutes of an actual scene or sequence and saying this movie's great, it's like no, that's not really, Um, but yeah, I'm that's what I'm aiming to do. I need to just start getting something out there, at least even if they're just short little um like mini analysis or not quite what people might term a retrospective, but 5 or 10 minute pieces on individual titles. So yeah, that's what I'm shooting for, but it's just trying to get some better equipment and upgrade my PC so the rendering doesn't take absolutely forever, and then finding the time to cram all that in there. But at the very least, I'm going to get my blog going again so I can post regular reviews and such. It's much easier for me to compose via text, I think. At least I feel like my writing voice is pretty good. So at least get that going in the immediate meantime. It's ironic you mentioned Japanese Bond disc because that's actually what I'm working on right now. I have a gigantic stack of certain things I picked up as a Christmas present to myself. It's just taking me a very long time to go through all of them and do my usual extreme diligence and researching and doing disc comparisons and such. Because that usually involves me jumping between two players and two TVs and trying to frame match and literally stand in front of a CRT with a magnifying glass, or get like really close and be like, so yeah, I'm going through all those, and that's going to be one of my next videos, is just talking about some specific Japanese titles. Okay, I see some Python talk, so we'll definitely go ahead and get into Python in just a second. I'm gonna scrub through some of these others so I can get through the non-Python ones, so then that way we're all on the same page. Um, oh, Wolf was having trouble getting Noir 4. Yeah, that's for some reason that's the hard to get one. First, it's kind of weird. For 2 was the hard one to get for a while. Then it was 3. Then it was back to 2, and then it's been 4 for the past couple years. So I've been getting them one at a time. I've got 1 and 2 over here. I'm trying to get 5 cheap because that seems to be cheap every once in a while. So I try and wait until I find an eBay copy that's like, obviously you don't want to get one for 99 cents because then you feel bad. It's like, well. I feel bad winning an auction for like a buck or two, but then that nice $15 sweet spot would be great. So that I don't just get one that's on eBay just because it's there. It's $40. It's like, no, I'm much more around the 15 or less price point. But yeah, seeing 4 for that cheap with a buy it now, and I'm like free shipping. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I also had one of those random eBay coupons or gift certificate things where it's like if you order something within 12 hours, you get $2 or $3 off. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, that's the hard one of the 5 to get. So definitely, if you see it in like a local shop for $10, definitely grab it because they are not common. Do I ever buy public domain stuff like alpha DVDs? I have. I know I've rented some. I've seen some. I swear I've had one before. It's like Alpha is the one where it's like, I mean, it can be okay. It's a press disc. It's passable. They try to make decent cover art, but it's also like just a super spiffed up Walmart bin DVD. If that's the only way, if that's your last resort, it's usually much better than what's like a random YouTube upload. But I don't think I have any now because I think I had a couple and eventually got like official releases that came out later. Because Alpha does stuff and then like eventually somebody did it, 5 or 10 years down the road, and you just trade it out. But like if there was something I was looking for specifically and that was the only option, then yeah, if I find like a cheap copy, but I'm not gonna pay, 10 or $15 for an Alpha DVD. But yeah, sometimes that's just what you have to do. Oh yeah, Noir 2 has a narrow margin. Yeah, worth the price alone. Absolutely. Yeah, some of those sets, it's just like, 1 or 2 titles is worth the, $20. It hopefully will be on the used market. Mhm. Okay, let's see. Oh, whoops. It always jumps when I'm scrolling down. Okay. I think I'm all caught up because everything else is just Pythonness. So I guess we'll just jump right in. That way I'm not droning off for 6 hours. My throat's already dry. So, of course, the reason why I wanted to talk about Python was, of course, because this past week Terry Jones passed away, and it's one of those things where it wasn't necessarily at the forefront of my mind, but he announced his diagnosis of wasn't just dementia. I think it was frontal lobe dementia, which is the very aggressive one. So because that was back in like 2015, 2016. And then, of course, he made less and less public appearances until finally you just didn't see him around anymore. It was just one of those things where when it was announced, it kind of made sense because when somebody has a diagnosis like that, it's not, it's not good, um, and it's also extremely debilitating. And everyone basically said that he had gotten to the point where he could no longer speak, and he was no longer able to recognize people, friends and family and such, and just got progressively worse and worse, which for for somebody who spent their entire lives expressing themselves with such beautiful and intelligent wordplay among everything else, that had to be one of the like the cruelest way to go. um everybody seems to indicate that in a lot of ways they're kind of relieved that he was able to finally pass on, because it had gotten so bad that the quality of life had deteriorated. So it was like a relief to most everybody. But it's just one of those where you hear it, and then you go the next couple days, and then you just start thinking about what that person's work has meant to you and the world at large, and just the impact of it takes a while to sink in. And of course, as everybody gets older and we have newer generations, it's not just the Pythons, but just everybody in general. We're gonna be losing more and more and more icons, really. And it's just gonna get worse. But not to be super morbid about it, but Python put it best. Their official statement was, of course, 2 down, 4 to go. Uh, Amidst all the remembrances and things. And actually, Michael Palin had a really lovely tribute. They interviewed him for the various news outlets, and he was very emotional about it. And then I think he won an award at I can't remember what ceremony it was, but it was a British award ceremony, and he dedicated it to Terry, because Python basically had several groups inside the group, and you had and it was basically around the schools they went to, either Oxford or Cambridge. But Mike Palin and Terry Jones were the partners of that particular group, so they were the closest to each other within the within all the guys. So it must be the hardest hitting for him. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it just made me start to really think and reflect on what I always got out of Python, and what their work meant to me and everybody else, and how they affected comedy at large and stuff. So I just wanted to talk a little bit in general. And of course, Network just did and has released the Flying Circus exhaustive remasters on Blu-ray. So the whole series is now available in a box set with really great art. And I really wish I had it, but where I had trouble with the box sets arriving damaged. So I'm just going to wait and probably get the individual seasons, because nobody wants to pay 120 pounds and then get a mishmashed destroyed box from overseas. For some reason I think they would find that humorous, that everybody orders this and the circus arrives destroyed. Yeah, they've gone through and exhaustively gone back to all the film and tape elements and restored them. And so, of course, because it's a mixture of film shoots and primarily old broadcast tape, they had to go in and patch everything together. And there's apparently 2 versions. There's the European, which will be at all standard for the video footage, and then they did an NTSC conversion, I guess, for the US one. So if you're here in the States, you have to make sure that you get the 60i version otherwise you have to have a player that will convert 50 to 60, do PAL to NTSC, because otherwise it's just not going to work on your 4K panel. And then you're going to be like, what's going on? So there's a big long thread on Blu-ray.com for that. So that's why, we'll obviously talk a little bit about Flying Circus, but that's why I don't have a physical copy, because I never got the DVDs. Then they went out of print and cost a ton of money, and they were old A&E masters anyway. And then this Blu-ray has been rumored for like the past 4 or 5 years, but I think it just took so long to reconstitute all 4 seasons, because it's that strange era of film tape mix, and doing 2K and 4K scans of the film, and then going back to PAL old broadcast tape is could be a bit of a jump. So that's definitely the big Python release to go and get. But if you go and get the box set, be prepared. It's probably going to arrive with a crushed box. But that being said, the artwork is really great, and they're releasing the seasons individually. They've put out the first 2. So I think I'm just going to order those from Amazon UK at some point, and you can get them with the same slip boxes and the booklet, and the artwork is very similar. It's got some of Terry Gilliam's animations throughout, but it's got the whole design that looks like the opening titles and such. But yeah, just to and this is not really a super detailed thing. It's just, as usual, all these streams is just me kind of talking off the cuff and just general reflections and stuff. But what I've always gathered from Python, what I enjoy about it so much, it's not just about the laughs. The fact that there's an intelligence behind everything. And the more you read about their history, that they came out of various comedy sketch groups in college, and they were already doing stage work, and they were already doing performances, and they're all highly educated, intelligent people. And the more and more I realized that, and the more interviews I read or saw with any of the various Pythons, the more I just became impressed with them as actual people, not just performers. And that in turn, would give me more things to read into the various, Flying Circus sketches and Python films and stuff like that. So I've gotten to the point where I appreciate the actual people themselves and their intelligence and their desire to actually do something of meaning and importance, almost as much, if not as much as the works themselves. If you were to just try and find one thing to talk more about Python, the real source to go to is, of course, the autobiography Pythons by Pythons. This is the from about, I think it's 03, or it's like early 2000s. This was put together. It was a big coffee table hardback, and this is the slimmed down, much easier to carry paperback version. But this is just pretty much, it's one of those where they all talk in their own words, and it's kind of collected in individual, I don't know how well you can make this out, but individual paragraphs and pages, and it'll have who's actually talking, and then they go chronologically. So this is pretty exhaustive of their childhoods and their days in school and their early attempts at comedy, their inspirations and such. The Pythons drew on a lot of great classic landmark British comedy, especially stuff like The Goon Show, which is not as well known here in the States. So most people think that Python just they all just emerged fully formed. And of course, nobody emerges fully formed, really. There's always, something that gives impetus and lays the groundwork and gives everybody the inspiration and such. And it's also interesting when you read about their history and you listen to them actually discuss in their own words how, like I was mentioning before, although you have this core group, they all had little factions and writing teams and such, and they would work individually or in pairs or trios, and then pass stuff back and forth, and then work on it all together and tear each other's work apart, and just so it was not just a comedy troupe; it was like a collective. And like I said before, all of these guys are just extraordinarily intelligent, and that, I think, is the real secret of Python. That it's not just pratfalls and fart jokes, and you need that every once in a while. You need the goofy stuff and the songs and such, but there's a satirical edge to everything. There's an intelligence there you can read into. And sometimes in some of the sketches or some of the films, you can even just see it in their eyes. Like they know this particular bit is goofy as all get out, but there's a reason for it being there. So this would definitely be the book for anybody. I think every Python fan probably already has a copy of this, but if you don't, definitely go pick one up. I'm actually about halfway through. I started rereading this after Terry's death was announced, so that I've just been in full on Python mode and thinking. And again, what's always struck me is just the intelligence that goes on in there. It wasn't just that Flying Circus was like a sort of comedy with like a dash of anarchy in there, but it was just this intelligence. And of course, being here in the States, the fact that they were all English, save for the lone American Terry Gilliam, so I always put him down for. It just gave it that extra sense of, oh, they're British. They must be 12 steps ahead of us, we lads from America, right? So yeah, I can't recommend this book highly enough. Like I said, it's pushing, 10, 15 years old now, but of course, it's, even more impactful now that, two of the two of the Pythons who are quoted in here extensively are now, down for the count, as the Pythons would say. Um, so yeah, that's the primary tome. That's what I'm like I said, I'm halfway through rereading it because I just had it on the shelf for a while and just pull it off and just like acquaint myself with everything. And that's the best one-stop source. So of course, all these guys basically found each other through the avenues of English comedy groups in college and university, and then playing comedy shows in on the stage or in various comedy troupes, and then eventually it seems like they got to a point where they sort of knew of each other, but they came from different areas and different schools, and they were slightly different ages. So some like for example, Eric Idle was a couple years younger. So he went into one comedy troupe as a freshman, where John Cleese was a senior, and so he met him as he was going out. And they all mentioned the same names over and over. So it's like they're all these people in this sort of soup of comedic and aspiring artistic talents, and the early to mid '60s and the UK and London specifically. So became a nexus for everybody, and that kind of ties into the whole notion of what eventually became swinging London, and the cultural upheaval, and how it was the center of the world for fashion and for music and all the great bands, and then the English invasion of America. But it's really cool to note that it also happened in comedy as well. It was all the arts, it seemed. And of course, British film was experiencing a renaissance of sorts. So in the midst of all this, all these guys managed to find each other. And what really laid the groundwork, of course, was the fact that uh, three found their way on to what was supposed to be a children's television program. And then when that eventually started to wane, it was a pair, and then Eric Idle kind of got roped in. And so then you had Terry Jones and Michael Palin and Eric Idle doing a children's television show. And then that eventually just kind of, fell apart and ran its natural course. And there was an open gap in the programming. And, slowly but surely, the collective of different minds were like, well, we need some other voices. And thankfully, they hit upon the sort of team of Graham Chapman and John Cleese, and then via way of sort of knowing John Cleese from a magazine series that he did, they found this very strange-looking American chap who seemed like a bit of an alien to them, and it's like, sure, I guess he can't hurt, and that, of course, was Terry Gilliam, and that's what led to Python. And so the BBC basically, had an open slot, and they were like, oh, these lads have all done stage work and various things, and comedy magazines, and some of them have done this television show. They can make us a good, proper laughing program that we can put in this slot that nobody wants, and that'll be that. And then they came up with the notion of Monty Python's Flying Circus, and the BBC had no idea what the heck this was. They didn't understand it. And And, if you really were to look at, say, the I hate to use the word formula, but if you looked at the structure of what Flying Circus was, and you compared it to the various famous British comedians and comedian troupes, and things like that, you can see there is a certain line of succession. As with everything, you can find the parallels and the influences, as I mentioned before, the Goon Show, and some of the other things like the Frost Report and various other things. So if you're a big Python fan, it's really cool to kind of dig back into the history of the comedy that influenced them and influenced the shape of Flying Circus. But Flying Circus basically was, it was essentially a comedy sketch show with no real definitive aim or tone or set of goals other than try and dethrone the establishment by mocking it to absolute death in every way, shape, or form. Try to mock the silliness and the madness that is mankind, and that forms the whole basis of Python. Like if Monty Python has a mission statement, it's that life is insane and you can't possibly understand it. So let's literally try and nitpick it to death with laughs, and maybe that'll, help everybody endure. Or at least that's the way I look at it. Maybe that's just too highfalutin in terms of, maybe it's not supposed to be that, philosophical. But anyway, Flying Circus, of course, was not an immediate overnight success. Eventually, after the first couple shows, which the public had started to pick up on and it had built word of mouth and stuff, the BBC decided to cancel the show and constantly replace it with other things. And they always joke about how they replaced them with show jumping horses for a couple episodes because they apparently were like, well, we're not laughing at this show, so we'll just put horses on. But eventually, due to various amounts of public outcry, and also I'm pretty sure a general lack of other programming to put on, I guess they were like, well, they're already doing this thing. We don't understand it, but I guess some people like it. So I guess just put it back on. Nobody cares anyway. Nobody watches this time slot. So they basically managed to really to challenge the system in a lot of ways from the inside, and it was really a matter of the powers that be not understanding what they were getting at, because you could have Flying Circus episodes that would have great goofy sketches, but then also sketches that it wasn't just that it was about belly laughs. It also had what I would term head laughs, or laughs that made your brain hurt instead of just laughs that made your belly hurt. So again, it goes back to this notion of there's always an intelligence going on behind all the humor and behind all the jokes. There, you can tell there are individual minds that are trying to say something with jokes, and not in just the standard way that a comedian talks about, current political affairs in a monologue or something. No, these were jokes and sketches and such, but as a collective whole, even though they might be about different things, they all were about this notion of just at the very least, always questioning the authoritative vision of things, or as Brian says very very eloquently, you've got to think for yourselves, and again, this notion of and intelligence behind the comedy, I think is the real lasting impact of Python, outside of the great iconic bits and things. Because before that, yes, there was intelligent comedy, and the British comedians were generally seen as the more urbane or the wittier side of comedy, and much more about barbed one-liners and things. But Python brings in an element of social satire, of political satire, and just a real sense, or at least to me, a sense of I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Really, just a sense of being honest to goodness, real moral, questioning human being individuals who are not afraid to question or mock something simply because it's an accepted truth or fact or something, which really means it should be questioned all the more if nobody else is doing it. So the fact that these guys who were essentially just a comedy troupe took it upon themselves to do that, originally with some what most would see as a hokey little show on the BBC that nobody really paid much attention to. It was like they had this little tiny platform, and doggone it, they were going to use it. And if people saw it, great. If they didn't, well, then who knows. So of course, Flying Circus ran for the 4 seasons, and eventually, what really made Python explode was them hitting enough episodes to hit syndication, and so then the episodes could be rerun all the time. And then here in the States, they started running Flying Circus on PBS stations, which of course PBS would apparently just run them over and over and over. So it eventually hit college campuses, and they would always have late night showings on PBS. And of course, PBS was readily available to the entire country. So that's definitely giving yourself an audience of potential audiences nationwide. So, but I think the big thing was college campuses and college students catching Python Flying Circus episodes late at night on PBS when there's nothing else to do, and picking up on the wit and the intelligence, and that this was a different sort of comedy, and finding all kinds of things to read into it that tied into being away at school, and supposedly being trying to enlarge in the mind and perception of things and such, which is what you're supposed to do in college, which never really happens. It's like most colleges are designed to make you not do that. Or at least conspire against it. But that really is what I think helped Python become a sort of grassroots fandom, and then a real cult of fans here in the States. And that really gave them a whole new leg up and a complete fan base nationwide here in the US, which then I think in turn helped their British popularity. And so then it became a gigantic ocean-wide and then eventually worldwide cult of Python fans. And so when Flying Circus eventually ended, I think that's what gave them the impetus and enough clout to be able to go, oh, well, I think we can go make a feature film, because they had enough of a fan base, enough. Basically, they had hit that magical unknown level of, well, I think we can go make a film now. So of course, a little bit of time passes after the end of Flying Circus and the arrival of the first feature, which of course is understandable. And all the guys have always done various other projects and things, which again, they're all distinct individuals. And I think the fact that they can somehow lock themselves in rooms and come up with material and not kill each other always, those differences of opinion really help the magic of Python, and is really part of what makes it all work. But eventually in 1975, we had the first of the features, and that of course was the landmark iconic Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Of course, this was an extremely low-budgeted film. Nobody was really willing, no major studio was going to take a big risk on a comedy troupe going and making a movie, particularly one set as a Arthurian legend period piece movie, which of course automatically means big budget costumes, armor, horses, locations, sets, and all kinds of money for people that were making a little BBC show. So every studio basically was like, hell no, we're not going to do that. And I mean, this is pretty well known now, but this was very amusingly primarily funded by members of Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd, who were all gigantic Python fans. And apparently this was apparently, a lot of people in the arts were Python fans, but it seemed to be a lot of musicians, and especially rock musicians, were Python fans. And of course, we'll talk much more about that when we get to Brian in a minute. But partly they did that because they were Python fans. Partly they did that because, they were all relatively well off by now, and the amount of money this movie cost to make was really not that much. It was a very bare bones operation, and the budget was still pitifully small, particularly for a period film. But also, the Floyd and Zeppelin members did that because this was at the time where the British tax laws had gotten so severe that a lot of celebrities, musicians, actors, directors, and such were having to find creative ways to hang on to their salaries and not pay the ridiculous tax rates of like 90 or 95%. That's why so many people formed offshore companies that held their rights and such around this time period, or they just left England altogether. But apparently, the Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd figured out there were certain loopholes that, if you donated to charity or you donated to the arts, you'd be able to, keep more of your yearly income, and according to the British tax laws. So that's what gave them the impetus to go looking for something. And then when they're like, "Oh, Python's gonna make a movie? Oh, sure, we'll pay for, we'll fund it. Yeah, that's a great idea." So that's where the money came from primarily, and then eventually it was distributed by Columbia, and that's why Sony has held the rights since the dawn of home video. Um, but yeah, and honestly, it's the low budget sort of ragtag, hand cobbled together quality of Holy Grail that makes it really special, I think. Of course, all the iconic bits and jokes and inherent sketches, everybody knows, and I could quote a lot of them myself. I do on a daily basis, as we all do. But I think that has kind of overshadowed the strength of the film as a whole for far too long, because to me, I would see this in pieces and people would just play the sketches, or you see the Black Knight scene 1,000 times. But I never got to see the film in its entirety for the longest time. And it was really frustrating. Somebody would always start it and then they would never finish it. So then when I finally did see it, and then when it just ended, I was like, oh, okay. And then it wasn't until I saw the film, I had to see it several times, because you really get too focused on the famous bits, and you're not able to take in the film as a whole. Because what makes this film special is the fact that for all of the low budget and all the suffering they endured, freezing to death and out in the middle of nowhere in Scotland and such, and only having one castle location to use because all the others revoked the permits at the last minute, all that stuff, all the fun of making an indie movie these days. It really invokes the quality of the time period almost better than any other film I can think of. It's miserable looking, it's dirty, everyone looks just, their faces are covered in dirt. They even, of course, Eric Idle has the great one-liner about Arthur being the king because he's not covered in just gunk. Um, and so in a lot of ways, this is one of the best movies about the Middle Ages in terms of setting. And of course, it's really all kind of by accident. So I really think the production design for what it is, again, the fact they were only using one castle over and over from different angles, um, and of course, all the fourth wall breaking, it's only a model. Um, all that aside, I think this is one of the best films about the Middle Ages. I think the production design, the setting, the costuming, the photography, everything just works. It's so intrinsic, and it manages to make the film and even the comedy even better, because you feel miserable watching it. It looks like it's not very fun to be there, and that really helps carry across the setting as it should be, and that in turn makes the comedy feel even more intrinsic, like it's these actual people doing all these ridiculous things, which if you go back and look at history, they did do a lot of very ridiculous things. So it's like this unending cycle. Of course, it also is patterned after all the films made about knights and Arthurian legend and things like that, and just how stodgy a lot of those can be, because there's not a whole lot of good ones, and yeah, most of them they retell the same stories, and it's all the various cliches and stuff. So not only is this about Arthurian legend and about the Holy Grail, but it's also about all the movies everybody has seen about knights and the Round Table and Camelot and King Arthur and all that stuff. Um, so it's also kind of thumbing their nose at dumb Hollywood conventions, and like, oh, well, we're going to make a movie about King Arthur, and it's not going to be like any King Arthur you've ever seen. It's going to be real and honest and stupid and silly and everything in between. So I that's why I think Holy Grail is a masterpiece. It's not just the comedy, but it's the suffering they went through, and the low budgetness, and all of the setting, and just how they were able to build on that and improvise on that and come up with the coconut shells for the fact they couldn't afford horses. So that's how they could go around walking like this with coconut shells for the whole movie. Some of the best independent movie getting over money problems solves you'll ever see in a movie, all in Holy Grail. And of course, most people have no idea about any of this stuff because they're just watching the jokes. And of course, the jokes are hysterical and they run the gamut from silly to intelligent and such. And it has this whimsical tone for the entirety of the film that never lets up because the editing is really tight. It never overstays its welcome, and it never stops being inventive. Again, going back to the notion of not having very much money, the scene and sequence where they're supposed to fight the monster in the cave, and of course it turns into an animated sequence, beautifully rendered, and they're all going around, and you see the little knights, and then you see the dragon-like monster with all the eyes, and it's all animation. That was actually simply due because they didn't have the money to build a monster or anything. They had no money left, so they figured, well, maybe we could just do some animated thing. And so Terry Gilliam just ran with it, and that's one of the most inventive parts of the entire film. And then the little fourth wall breaks, and the get on with it cutaways to all the various different characters in the film, and the going back and forth across the timelines, and the little bits of the modern current era thrown in, like the historian getting killed while doing a television documentary about Arthur. And then of course the famous ending, which I must admit did kind of piss me off the first time I saw the movie all the way through. And I was like, I finally get to the end. They're finally going to get to the what? What? They never get to the grail. What is this? So I will admit the ending pissed me off the first time I saw it when I was about 10 or so, because I had tried to see this movie all the way through so many times because everybody always starts it, but they never finish it. But the more you think about it, it's actually quite brilliant. Not only does it have a little quality of leaving you hanging, but it's just so out there and it pulls the rug out from under you. And again, it's also going back to the idea of thumbing the nose at narrative convention and movie convention and Hollywood conventions and cliches and such. So it's like the ultimate, we're just going to do our own thing and we're totally out of money. So everybody gets arrested. You know? So yeah, that there's so many things to talk about Holy Grail. It also should be mentioned, of course, that this film was directed by both the Terrys of Python, Terry Jones and Terry Gilliam, and that caused many, many, many headaches because they had two completely different temperaments and styles and did not agree on a single thing. So a lot of times there were a lot of random squabbles, and basically they had to start tag teaming, and then the other would just go sit and kind of sulk / pout while the other directed, and then they'd swap and then they'd swap because they couldn't be on the set at the same time and direct. And of course, Terry Gilliam is very visual and very whimsical, and all his films kind of are in the same style. You can tell a Terry Gilliam movie as soon as you go into it. Whereas Terry Jones was seen as more of being about the actual comedy direction and being focused on the skits and the jokes and everything else. And if the visuals were a little blander than what Terry Gilliam would do, then that was fine because it was important to get the joke across and get the comedy across. And both approaches are great and fine, and both approaches are important. I think it's interesting in Holy Grail that you have those two visions fighting each other the whole time. And that helps to give Holy Grail its own identity in comparison to not just the other features, but to Flying Circus as well. And of course, this is the film of the three features that everybody knows, and I think that's kind of unfair to Life of Brian, especially because that it seems like in the U.S., Life of Brian is the one that most people are just not even aware of, whereas they can quote most of the famous Holy Grail sketches. But it's also they only quote the famous ones, which gets kind of old after a while. Because I can do Holy Grail quotes all the time, and it seems like people will only recognize the famous ones. So this is the Criterion Collection release. It's just a single CLV disc, but it's a beautiful, beautiful art panel, and I think It's my favorite cover packaging for the film, and why I've been holding it this whole time, and now my thumb is really sore. But anyway, I love how they've given it this sort of old storybook paneling, and then you have each of the Python members and their various guises as Arthur and his knights, and sort of this. It looks like the front piece to an old tome pulled off the shelf or something, and then this great shot of them outside the castle. So I love, this is one of my favorite Criterion jackets ever. The rear, it also keeps with the stylization. It's just the film with some nice, a couple nice extras in the extra section at the end, and then I do believe it includes the yeah, one of the analog tracks has the Japanese dub track, which is quite hilarious to watch the film with a Japanese dub. And then the other analog track has a commentary with the two Terrys, which is brilliant. You must listen to it if you never have. It's different from the commentary on the Sony releases. So it's one of those Criterion exclusive commentary tracks, and they just enjoy having a ball, literally taking the piss out of themselves and everything else, and revisiting the movie and all their headaches and all their disagreements and everything. And then of course they have a couple extra little gags if you read all the text. So digital track, film soundtrack, analog track, Japanese dub track, analog track 2, audio commentary, extra track, there is no extra track. So there's little tiny things. And then my personal favorite, Criterion usually puts the production credits, so the producer, executive producer, mastering, so on and so forth. So it has the design, and the instead of producer and such, it says electronic wizardry, and then it has a credit for donuts. So apparently, Liz Cullum was the donut procurer. So I don't think you can read it there, but it's one of those great sleeves that's actually got some nice, fun stuff. And it's literally all over here. You have to scrutinize. So you have the usual place, disc, and jacket warning. Don't do this in public, unauthorized. Don't do unsanctioned showings. And underneath that, actually in the warning text next to the barcode, it took me forever to find this. I didn't see it for years. Also, Ralph the Wonder Llama is prone to biting. So it's definitely probably the cheekiest of all Criterion sleeves, but this is still my favorite of the versions to watch. But of course, we're going to talk about Blu-ray next, and that of course is just such a beautiful scan, but I still cherish this disc. So yeah, to talk about the Blu-ray, of course, Sony has done beautiful work with the film on DVD. They released a Laserdisc that was basically the Criterion Master without the extras first. And the first DVD was good, and it was in the 1:8:5 ratio. But then eventually they did a new scan and put out a lovely 3-disc DVD, finally in the 1:6:6 ratio, which is the correct ratio for the film because it's a British film. And then eventually did an HD scan. The first Blu-ray was lovely. And then I believe the current scan, I believe it was a 4K scan, because they did a brand new scan for the first Blu-ray. And then they did this reissue for the 40th anniversary, which has this nice slipcover and such. This is the same master as the first Blu-ray. So it's the same stupendous HD transfer. I mean, seeing this on Blu-ray in HD, it's beautiful grain, looks dirty, low budget, and gorgeously so, as it should. It's basically like seeing a extraordinarily pristine first run print of the film back in 1975. I never in a million years thought this film would look like this. It definitely, of course, belies its low budget origins, but it's just gorgeous looking in HD. So if you've never seen this film on any of the Blu-ray versions, definitely pick this copy up. You will be stunned at how this looks. It's still in the 1:6:6 ratio. This release is great because it has all the old extras, but it includes a new, pretty lengthy interview piece, about 30-45 minutes, with the Pythons. But what was great about this, they spiffed up the transfer. The bitrate's a little better, and it actually has a lossless mono track, which was really cool to see. The old release had a lossy mono track like the DVDs, which was fine because the audio for this film is never going to be very great. A lot of low budget location recording is never going to sound very good. But for what it is, that's how the audio should be, and you shouldn't mess around with it. The 5:1 mix on here was done for the DVDs. It's okay, but you just stick with the mono because there's not much you can do to improve it. But it's really cool that they actually took the time to put a lossless mono track on here. So this is the version to get overall, and definitely get this over the original Blu-ray. And then on the inside, it has nice cover art for the 40th anniversary disc. And then this is the advertisement for the side application. It's supposed to be viewed on tablets and such. But it's a side app that you're supposed to run concurrently with the Blu-ray disc in your player. Of course, you wish they would just put everything on the disc, but that was how the old Blu-ray was as well. So this is definitely the way to go, and it's a nice. Instead of them just doing a simple reissue, they took the time to make new art, better the encode, lossless mono, and a couple new extras. So this was a really cool release. So I was able to pass on my original Blu-ray. So I just totally realized I skipped something. So I'm terribly sorry. I always do that. I get too worked up and just going and ranting off. So I totally skipped the first Python film. Terribly sorry. But the first Python film is technically more a greatest hits. It's the film and now something completely different. And it's very important to Holy Grail in terms of it was their first experience with major studios and the way motion pictures were made. And it was made by a director outside of Python who was an experienced, studio hand. And they basically took some of the famous flying circus sketches and refilmed them. A lot of people would say, they're not as good because it's not natural and they're just redoing past glories. But it was primarily because they were being told how to do their own work, which, I mean, they were viewed as being inexperienced comedians and, they were on a film set, but it wasn't technically their film. So it was trying to fit Python into the standard movie mold of the early 70s, and that just doesn't really work. So when you look at now something completely different, they have more money to play with. They have obviously much more production values than Flying Circus, but you've already seen those sketches, and it's like they don't have that zip to them. They don't have the magic to them because they're just being redone and they're all polished up. In a lot of ways, it's like when bands re-record their early albums or singles once they have, once they're on a major label or something, and they're much older, so they don't have the rawness or the energy or the immediacy of the original versions. Um, but it's also important because that gave them their first taste of how movies are made, and they didn't really quite like it because they were just like, this isn't how we work. And so that is what really led them to want to do it on their own. And that's also what explains the gap between the end of Flying Circus, something completely different, and then Holy Grail in 1975. And I think that's what really gave them the impetus and really pushed them to just, push all studio interference to the side and just go do it themselves. And if they have to suffer and make it for 10 cents or whatever money they got from Roger Waters and Jimmy Page, then sure, let's go do it. And we'll be miserable in Scotland and everybody will hate each other, but at least we're not making a studio movie. And that's another thing most people don't think about. They just think, and now something completely different is the greatest hits movie, and it's just kind of like whatever. But it's like everything. Every experience you have in life is important, and it colors your interpretation and your outlook on things. So I think it was really important for the Pythons to get a taste of having their brand out there, but it's not quite them anymore. Like there's other people with their hands in it and other ideas, and it was kind of not what they were all about. And I think that's what really pushed them to try and go do it themselves and be miserable. So I'm trying to think about how to do this. Yeah, let's let's take a little bit of a sideways step now. Um, I'm not really. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the later for lack of a better term solo Python efforts. But there's so many different things and all the Terry Gilliam films and such that it'd be really way too much. And then they have books and various specials and so many different outlooks and other interests and things. Again, these were all hugely intelligent, well-educated people. Like, I wasn't even quite aware of this, but apparently, Terry Jones was a great, in addition to a great intellect, great comedian and director and writer and everything else. He was actually one of the world's foremost authorities on Geoffrey Chaucer and the Canterbury Tales. So again, these were guys who came out of Cambridge and Oxford, but anyway, I do want to mention this film in particular because it's really the closest you get to a Python movie that's not a Python movie, and it's not very well known, although Criterion just released a Blu-ray of it that I really want to get because I would love to see this film in HD. This is really Holy Grail Part 2. It really is. It's not called that, but it's Holy Grail too. And that is Terry Gilliam's debut feature, Jabberwocky, with Michael Palin. And in so many ways, this is Holy Grail 2. Of course, this was released in 1977, also by Columbia, who I guess were pretty pleased with Holy Grail because it eventually did become a huge cult film and eventually started making them nice amounts of money on constant reissues or college bookings and so on and so forth. And of course, was a mainstay on home video eventually. So this film is ostensibly based on the classic Lewis Carroll poem of Jabberwocky that's in all of the classic books of Lewis Carroll tales and Alice in Wonderland. But basically, it's a comedy dark film set in the Middle Ages with Michael Palin in the lead as this poor young man who decides he's go off and make his name and fame and fortune and eventually becomes the squire of a great knight in the city that's being besieged by this monster that nobody can kill. And it's the Jabberwock from Carol's story. Well, I should say poem, but of course, turning a single poem into a whole feature is really a tall order. So basically, they just take the idea of there being a monster and somebody has to go kill it, and it's called the Jabberwock, and that's really all you have from Carol. But I have to say, the visuals, the production design, it's very much what you see in Holy Grail, what I was talking about, the fact that it's one of the few films about the Middle Ages that actually looks and feels like you're in the Middle Ages and it's miserable and everybody's covered in dirt and muck and starving to death. This film takes that to another level. It's basically on steroids and it's just miserable to look at. And the fact that it's a 70s film, you have 70s film stocks and it is very grainy. So visually, it's not a very pretty looking film, but it's beautiful because it's so dirty. And a lot of the humor is just excellent. It's very, very Python-esque, even though you only have really two of the Pythons here. I do believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Terry Jones is in here in a little cameo, and I think Terry Gilliam kind of delighted in having being able to murder his directorial nemesis on screen. And I think Terry Jones kind of also enjoyed that. I don't know. It just kind of amuses me that's where they put him in there. But Michael Palin is excellent in this film. All the Pythons I think are underrated as actual actors, but he has to carry this whole film, and it's this beautiful dark comedy that is basically showing you what Terry Gilliam movies are going to be like later on. It's like basically if Terry Gilliam got to go make Holy Grail with some more money and then got way too crazy with the production design and then taking every gag and putting this total morbid, dark, ironic comment on every joke. So it is bitterly funny. It's very dark. It's also very dark to look at. And some of the gags are great because, they involve knights and jousting and fights and monsters killing people. And there are some really great copious amounts of gore and blood in this, but all done in a really bitterly morbid comic fashion. I think my favorite one may be they have the royal box with the king and the princess and all the royal consorts and all the aristocrats sitting and watching this jousting tournament, and they go left and they go right and they watch, and of course they're watching people just murder each other. And so there's this great visual gag where they're watching this, and slowly but surely, every time somebody gets killed, there's a little blood spray, and then they get covered, they get hit with a little. And so you see the king sitting there, and he's got some little bits of blood get thrown up on him, and he's like, oh, excellent. And then they're doing it, and they're doing more, and then they just get covered with more and more and more and more blood, but until the point where they're all just soaked and dead knight's blood, and they're all just totally red, and their clothes are soaked, and it's all over their face, and they all have to do like this. It's just it's total morbid stuff like that in here, and that's why I like to mention this, because it's really the film that gets overlooked. And if any film could be considered a Python film that isn't a Python film, it's Jabberwocky. So yeah, availability has been kind of a little iffy. It was on tape. I remember my mom remembered it, seeing it when she was growing up. So she rented it when I was really, really young. And I remember the VHS copy being really murky. And of course, 133, this is a 185 film. It's not scope. It was definitely a very murky, not good VHS transfer, because I couldn't understand a single thing that was going on. And it wasn't until I got this DVD many years later that I was able to see the film in widescreen and actually get the visual gags and understand what was going on. I just, growing up, I knew this as that really weird movie with the Jabberwocky beast, and it's Python, but it's not Python. This DVD transfer is okay, and it's all we had for years. What is great is you get a commentary with both Gilliam and Michael Palin, so it's great for the commentary alone. But this is a real underrated gem, and Criterion did a beautiful Blu-ray in the past year and a half that I've just been dying to pick up. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, and so that would be the way to go, because the transfer is so much improved, and the commentary carries over, and they made a few new extras as well. So this is a real underrated gem if you've never seen it, and it is hysterically, scathingly funny in a lot of places. And like Holy Grail, you get a lot out of it if you've watched a lot of historical epics, or you're a real big history nut, because this is one of the few films that really shows the Middle Ages and how miserable it was. So, of course, we move on to 1979 and the second theatrical feature of Python. And what I know a lot of other people, but it seems not in this country, but in the UK, I think like British people, which I found that to be the case a lot. Here in the States, everybody talks about Holy Grail. Everybody thinks Holy Grail is great, whereas I and seemingly most of the UK disagree and think this film is the true like crown jewel. And I think it's hard to argue that this is their singular defining work. That, of course, is the 1979 Terry Jones directed masterpiece Monty Python's Life of Brian, with the lovely original poster art here on the Criterion release. Now, what makes Life of Brian so special is that it takes everything Python had done and everything they had achieved on Holy Grail, and then decides, let's build on that, but let's kick it up several notches, and let's also talk about important things and not be scared to set it in the area of religion, which of course led to insane amounts of controversy from simple-minded people who either didn't bother to see the film or read the script or think for themselves, as the film tries to get people to do, or saw it and totally missed the point and didn't understand the film and then decided to complain anyway. So, of course, Life of Brian is a biblical set film, set in and around the time that Christ was doing the miracles, and it starts with the nativity. And of course, Christ is a secondary figure. You see him pop up or see him be mentioned. So what Python brilliantly does in this film is they never once put down anyone's religion or make fun of any one religion, or it's not a religious film at all. So when you do see Christ depicted, it is exactly what is in the Bible, and the teachings are presented in the sound way that they are in the Bible. So they go out of their way to make this as a biblical film, but it's not about the Bible or biblical stories or Christ, and it's not there to make fun of, which is what really most of the controversy arose from. Most people thought it was trying to make fun of Christ and Christ's teachings, which it doesn't. And if you actually watch the film and pay attention or understand a single word that's being said, you very quickly realize it's totally being extraordinarily respectful and tiptoeing a fine line to tell the story of the titular Brian, who was born at the same time as Jesus, where the three wise men are being led by the star to the what is eventually the nativity scene, but they get the wrong house. And they show up, and unfortunately, a couple houses down. They don't go to the manger; they go to this lovely little house where this very strange looking woman with a very distinctive voice has just given birth to this lovely little baby that she has decided to call Brian. Um, and yeah, just the notion, the opening gag being the three wise men got the wrong address. It's just, it's every stupid, silly biblical movie you've ever seen, every dumb Cecil B. DeMille epic that you can't stand. Every time you had to be in Sunday school or read the Bible or various things, and if you ever thought to question anything, or why did this happen, or why did people go along with this, or why didn't anybody say anything when this happened? Every time you thought that, that's what Life of Brian kinda is like. But you also get a real big kick out of how this basically, again, thumbs its nose at studio convention. And historical movies are one thing from the classic studio era, but usually biblical movies are the really dry, dumb, dull, boring ones because they feel like they couldn't do anything, and so they just have to present the story, and it is what it is, and it's really dry, and it's usually very obvious costumes and actors, and especially the Cecil B. DeMille color epics and remakes, and especially the Ten Commandments. Most of all, the 1956 remake. It's just so dry and stoic, and it was obviously too tempting for the Pythons to resist to use this as the next target of their feature division, as it were. But that's really the surface foundation of this, because essentially, Life of Brian is literally what the title says. It's about this average young man named Brian who is growing up at the same time as Christ in Jerusalem, and basically through a series of misadventures encounters all of these kooky, insane various characters, and he's really the only sane person in this entire world, where people are following various religious despots and things, in addition to Christ going around and giving his sermons and spreading his teachings and such. You see people following all these various other soothsayers and would-be holy men and various con men and such. All the while, it's during the Roman occupation, so you have this sort of class structure. And again, everything you see in this film, despite it being a comedy and despite it having some fourth wall breaking moments and such, for what they're able to achieve, it does feel very, very gritty and very real. Like, it is very well rooted in, actual history. And that's another thing. I think Python does not get enough credit for the works being as intelligent and as rooted in reality and humanity as they are. And I think that's one of the great strengths of Brian. But for me, what makes Brian the better film is that, again, going back to the notion of belly laughs and brain laughs, Brian has much more laughs that not just make you have just a physical reaction, like a pratfall, but it has jokes and gags that are very philosophical, very very historically minded, and they really make you think and reflect. And it's one of those few rare films that you wind up thinking about after it's over, just for ever and ever and ever. And every time you go back to it, you find new things in it, and sometimes you find different gags. You laugh at them differently the more you think about them. They build and they percolate. So in addition to all of the great iconic silly bits in the film, like Palin with his terrible R's, his pilot, Wooish Waterwick. Um, there are so many gags in this film that build over time, and then because those build and they're intrinsically tied into the story of this poor fellow, you just feel so terrible for what happens to Brian, and the fact that they got Graham Chapman to play him because they recognized he was probably the best, straightforward, theatrically minded thespian that they had. You just feel so terrible for him, and just how just how he gets more and more exasperated by how he just keeps encountering every character seems to be totally nuts. So it becomes not just thumbing the nose at terrible, dull biblical films and not being able to question religious concepts or societal concepts, or question or try and better understand the actual motivations of ancient history, but also it also becomes just a questioning of humanity at large, because a lot of these there are still religious wars to this day. There's a lot of the stuff that happened in the biblical era that this film is set in. It's not really arguments that have ever left us. So I think that's the film's real lasting power, and I think that they managed to do this all the while never actually infringing upon or insulting anyone's religion or their religious beliefs or views. I think is the real key to why this film is so everlasting. So it tiptoes this really fine line, and it's one of those films that's really indescribable. Yes, it's a comedy, but it's also one of the best biblical films ever, and it's also actually pretty extraordinarily dark, with a real morbid, ironic humor and a detachment, because there are fourth wall breaks. And then on top of all that, some of the best Python gags in their history, and some amazing physical comedy, and some hysterical gag lines and jokes. But again, not all of them are necessarily going to hit you on the first viewing. This film requires many, many repeat visits, and it really grows on you. So it doesn't really have that immediate gut busting appeal of a lot of the Holy Grail jokes, which is why I think most people here in the States, if they have seen Life of Brian, they don't appreciate it as much, because it's one that you really have to reflect on more. It's not really going to be for everybody, but if more people would actually, go to a movie and then come out and think about it, afterwards, it is really for everybody. At least I think. But yeah, I think this is undoubtedly their career masterpiece. This is the crown jewel of all of Python. I think Life of Brian is the perfect blend of intelligence and silly humor, and is really the sort of work that I think they were trying to make all along. And they were doing almost like versions of Life of Brian up to this point. Different textures, different themes, different tones, different sides, but it all crystallizes in Life of Brian. It is probably the best way to put it. So anyway, that's how I feel about this, and why I think it's the best of the Python films and the best Python period in general. And it really pains me that it seems to be less regarded in this country, because you can bring up Meaning in Life, you can bring up Holy Grail, but you bring up Life of Brian and you usually get blank stares. But thankfully in the UK, and Europe and the rest of the civilized world, it seems to be widely regarded as their best work. Now, this is the Criterion Collection CAV 2-disc Laserdisc release, with the original 1979 poster art, which I think is just really amazing to look at. And then on the sides, you have all the various Python guises. And of course, I should have mentioned this earlier, but of course, the great joy of seeing the Python films is because there's only a handful of guys that they constantly have to play all the roles, and sometimes have stand-ins and play multiple roles in the same sequence. And it's just hysterical to see different sides of the same guys in the same scenes playing different characters. So it just adds to the charm of these being intrinsically low budget, you know, total thumb the nose at the system comedy films. The gatefold on here, I think, is really, really nice. This is when Criterion was getting much more epic with their packaging style. So you have this huge, long, wonderful write up essay, and then more nice headshots of the pythons in character. And then you have the chapter breakdown here with the finale of the essay. This is a full on special edition. So this had a brand new transfer done back in the day, along with the original trailer, radio ads. There is a nice deleted scene gallery here, and it does have commentary from Terry Jones. It does have a full on commentary for the film with. Well, actually, what's interesting about this, I'll show you the rear. It has two commentaries. So you have all the surviving pythons. So track one has the two Terrys and Eric Idle. And then track two has Michael Palin and John Cleese. So I'm not sure why they were divided in that way, but you really have to listen to both of them. They're excellent commentaries. There's also a different commentary on the eventual Sony DVD and Blu-ray. So there's technically three Brian commentaries, and all are worth listening to. But yeah, this is a full-on Criterion special edition. They did make a DVD version, and then all of these, of course, went out of print. And then the film was unavailable for a long time until Sony put out their 2-disc DVD in about 2007, which is called the Immaculate Edition. And they made their own new transfer, which is a bit brighter. It was an HD master, so they eventually made a Blu-ray out of it. But I do think the film could really benefit from a new 4K scan, especially as Holy Grail looks amazing on Blu-ray, and it's probably the best it's ever going to look. Unfortunately, Life of Brian, it was still, on the lower budget side of things. And to talk about the production just a little bit, I mentioned, of course, there was a lot of controversy with this film. And of course, that really it came to a head when the studio financing the film, which was basically EMI, at the very last minute, once sets were already being built in Tunisia and they'd hired everybody and they were about to go down and shoot the film, apparently the head of the studio actually decided to read the script of the film that they had already started to finance, and it was going to go into production in a couple weeks. And then after he read the script, decided to cancel the film. So that left everyone in a bind, to put it very politely. And so it looked like everybody was going to be out of a job and out of a lot of money and a lot of debt, and the film would never be made. So eventually, they tried every other studio. Nobody would touch it with a 10-foot pole because they all thought it was trying to make fun of religion, which really begs the question, did they really read the script? Because it's very obvious that this is an intelligent work, but it apparently must have just scared all their pants off, and they had no brains and no guts to take any sort of monetary risk, even though this was not a very expensive film to make on its original budget in the first place. So eventually they decided to maybe ask around and see if perhaps they could get some various, for lack of a better term, rock stars to maybe chip in some like they did on Holy Grail. And by chance, Eric Idle was talking to, happened to run into a semi-friend of his, relative acquaintance that just happened to be George Harrison, and decided it wound up just told him about all their troubles and how it looked like the film wasn't going to be made, and they were in huge trouble, and they'd already started building sets and stuff, and like nobody would give them the money, and they were trying to find anybody. And then he's like, if you know anybody, or if you have some spare change, like we're desperate at this point. To which George Harrison, to his everlasting credit, simply said something to the effect of, "Oh, well, that sounds nice. I'll do it." And Eric's like, "Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, if every little bit helps." And he's like, "No, I'll do it. Like, I'll just fund it myself." And he was legitimately serious. And so Eric had to go back to everybody and be like, "Well, George says he'll pay for the whole thing." So they were just completely incredulous, and he basically decided to finance the whole film himself. He had to mortgage his house to do so. amongst many other things. And it was simply because he wanted to see the movie. So they later said it was the world's most expensive movie ticket. And that's why he has a small cameo in the film. He's right there, but that's why George Harrison pops up in the film, because basically without George Harrison, this film would not exist, and the Pythons would probably have been sunk because all kinds of expenditures had already been made. So had this film not been successful, of course, the Pythons would have been in trouble, and George Harrison would have definitely been in trouble and lost his house, among many other things. But because the film was, successful eventually on its original run, despite being banned in Ireland and many other places because people are stupid, it basically gave him the impetus and the financial way, and also experience to go and start handmade films, which became actually a pretty important production company in the 1980s, particularly in Britain. So we have Life of Brian to thank for George Harrison getting into production and all of the films that came out under the Handmade Films banner. And a lot of important British films came out because of this film. So Brian is to thank for a number of things. But the George Harrison story is just fantastic. And again, it's like, well, if comedy has to be funded by rock stars, it's like, well, why not? So yes, I still love this Criterion release. This has the film's original Dolby Stereo soundtrack. Something you should note, though, a lot of people have trouble when they see this film for the first time because, like Holy Grail, the soundtrack is kind of on the muddy side. This was still, it was decently budgeted, but it was still on the lower side. And because it's all about comedy and dialogue, the fact that the soundtrack is still rather limited, and of course, it's a lot of on-set recording in the 1970s in Tunisia. There were a lot of production hassles to get over. So the soundtrack in its original form is always going to be a little bit on the murky side. So if you're watching through like a TV set of speakers, then it's going to sound really poor and the dialogue's going to sound kind of muffled. When you watch on an actual sound system or home theater environment, it's much better, but it's never going to be like a sonic extravaganza. So this has the original Dolby Stereo track. And then all the Sony releases later on have a 5.1 mix, which is, it basically just opens it up a little bit. I prefer the Dolby Stereo, but the 5.1 is okay. Like I said, they did a 2-disc DVD first, and then eventually the extras and the transfer on that got ported to this Blu-ray. And it's a relatively early Blu-ray. It's from 2007. So it does look much better actually seeing in HD, but you can definitely tell these days it is an older master. It's a bit on the bright side. There is a little bit of damage here and there, and I wish it would get a new master. It could look a lot better, but it's nice we actually have it in HD, because for the longest time it was just the old Criterion disc, and then that went out of print. This does have some nice new extras. It does have its own commentary as well, but you need the Criterion as well to have the whole run of all the extras and such. What was interesting about this, though, this went out of print very quickly. So for a long time, up until about 2 or 3 years ago, you could not get this film anymore. And this Blu-ray went for crazy money online. It shot up from being a $10 Sony disc to be like, 60, 70, $80. So for the longest time, I just had the DVD because I missed out on the Blu-ray the first time round. And then it wasn't until this randomly turned up in Best Buy dump bins of all places, that I finally was able to get a copy for a decent price. But now it seems to be back in print, thankfully, and you can pick this up for, $5 or $10, which you definitely should. But definitely pick up either the Criterion DVD or the Laserdisc to get all the Criterion extras and then the Criterion transfer and commentaries and such. But at least we do have a solid HD release of this film. But I do hope Sony at some point does a new 4K scan. It would be great to get a 4K release of this. But of course, the picture quality of a 1979 low budget comedy shot in North Africa is never going to be like the great 4K winning disc of the year and wow everybody with their OLED panels. But, it would be great. It needs a new master, but I'm just happy the Blu-ray is now available again. So definitely go pick up the Immaculate Edition Blu-ray while it's in print, and then supplement it with the Criterion. So, that being said, to take another dip into Gilliam land just for a second, So of course, Brian eventually became successful. Some of the controversy did help it because that made people more eager to go and see it. Of course, they might have to go to another city to see it, and there were some, people picketing some of the premieres and such. And again, it's just because people didn't really understand what they were getting at and didn't take the time to. Um, so thankfully, all that died off eventually, and now it's recognized as the landmark that it is. Um, but after that, it seems in between features, all the Python members kind of took some time to go do their own thing, which is helpful in any group scenario. So that way they don't get burned out or start hating each other, things like that, and they can indulge their own creative fancies and such for a change. And then eventually they get back together and work on the next feature or special or something else. So in the interim, after Life of Brian, Terry Gilliam makes his next picture, and this one is just, again, I think the early Gilliam films really have a strong sense of Python, which is why I think it's important to talk about them. Every Terry Gilliam picture does feel like a Terry Gilliam picture, but the early ones really have a Python sense. And of course, they usually have pretty significant acting appearances by other Python members. So there is definitely that linkage there. But I think it's important to mention the 1981 release of Time Bandits, because although this is essentially a children's fantasy film directed by Terry Gilliam, it does have a lot of Python feeling in it, I would argue. And of course, some of that influences what Terry Gilliam would do on Meaning of Life, which is the third and final Python feature. And you also have a pretty significant performance by John Cleese in here as well. So yeah, I think you do get the Python feeling here, but of course it's Terry Gilliam getting more money to play with, so the visuals are off the charts and the fantasy elements are just really out there. But I think it still has that intelligence and that sort of dark humor and dark humor inherent in realism in the film, that it's a movie for children that's not a movie for children, if that makes any sense. I never got to see this as a child. I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because I don't know if certainly don't think I would have appreciated it seeing it at 5 years old the way I did when I finally saw it in like my teens and such, because there's so much stuff going on here, like the Python films, that it's not what it technically should be on the surface, and there's so many other things going on here. um so I do think the Python spirit is still alive and well in Time Bandits. This is the gorgeous Criterion release. It's actually a pretty late release Laserdisc with a phenomenal transfer. It has some nice extra features and a Gilliam commentary. And then all this eventually carried over to the Criterion DVD, and now they have the Blu-ray rights and have a nice Blu-ray. So you can get this on Blu-ray from Criterion, and then Arrow UK has their own really nice Blu-ray. So you kind of should just go ahead and get both, because why not? But I still really like this Laserdisc, and it's a great transfer. It's a great film that I just feel doesn't get talked about enough, but I do like it all the more because there is that sort of Python flag in here. And it's, it's a children's movie where the lead character is a child with a totally terrible, miserable life, and then his parents get killed, and he gets sucked into this fantasy adventure where it's like constant mortal peril, and everything goes wrong. So and it's full of bitter humor. So it definitely presages later Gilliam films and some stuff in Meaning of Life. So that's why I think it's important to mention. I have to swig ginger ale to get my keep my throat from cracking. Um, so then we come to the third and unfortunately final Python film, which of course is Monty Python's Meaning of Life, released in 1983. Also directed by Terry Jones, because I think they had long given up anybody else trying to direct. Because I think everybody else had, they just constantly argue and bicker with them. This, of course, is the film where they returned to their sketch comedy roots, and this did not follow an overarching narrative like Holy Grail and Life of Brian did. Um, I don't think it's any surprise to say that this is generally regarded as the weakest of the 3 films. Even the Pythons themselves agree it's like it's not quite up to par all the way through. Um, it's definitely it really is a mixed bag. Again, it's just it's a sketch film, and the overarching tie-in theme is supposed to be explaining the meaning of life, whatever that may be. Of course, having all the different voices, you have different tinged sketches. Some sketches are just pure gags. Some sketches are quite intellectual, but it does seem like some of them are on the force side. They've all admitted that at this time, they probably should just taken some more time and worked out stuff better and taken some more time off, and not just rushed into this. Um, and then the studio wanted to get it out earlier, so they kind of rushed through some things. So it does have a sort of rushed quality to it. Some of the sketches kind of fall flat, and some of the like every time you watch the film, there are certain portions that really start to drag. Um, but there are enough really great moments and hysterical bits and sketches that do make it worth watching and returning to. But it's by far the weakest of the 3, because the first 2 are real masterpieces. And I think it was a shame they went back to the sketch scenario, because I think that doesn't really hold up as well in a feature film. I think you really need, or at least they really needed that. They needed a narrative through line, because that not only ties the sketches together, but it gives a pacing, it gives audience interest, and it also maintains that interest throughout, even if it may be a simple sketch. Whereas in Meaning of Life, there are definite points where the film drags and jokes that don't work, and because there's nothing tying them together outside of little linking bits here and there, and it definitely is uneven. Would be the best way to describe this. And again, there are great moments in it. There are some great jokes, but sometimes you have to go through so much to get there. There's one sequence in particular where it's reported Terry Jones, who is of course directing, spent so much time and money on the musical number for the sequence that was a giant chunk of the budget, which made it impossible for them to do other things. And it's the big musical number in the working class village, the "Every Sperm is Sacred" song number, which again is a hysterical concept. The whole gag is about, because of their religious views, they're not allowed to use contraception, and so they have too many kids, and thus their economy is ruined, and they can never afford a better life, and so on and so forth. So it makes sense. The gag is funny enough, but then it just goes on and on and on, and it becomes a huge, a block wide song and dance number with everyone doing this huge, elaborate choreographed sequence. And it's like, okay, it's like I get it. It's like we can move on now. And then for me, the best moments in the film are the really focused short sketches and gags. Like, I think the one I find the most hysterical is the liver donor sketch. It comes out of nowhere. It's short, to the point, hysterical, and the fact that Terry Gilliam is a Jewish Rastafarian, it's like, what does that even mean? Um, but that's an example of something that does work. And then another one that I think is brilliant in conception, but in the execution and the pacing, it doesn't quite work. Is the sketch where John Cleese is the headmaster giving the lesson at the British prep school, and everybody else are the bored students in the uniform coats at the desks, and they're all fidgeting around and staring out the window and such. And you're like, oh, it must be some math or Latin lesson or something, because Cleese was actually a professor of Latin for 2 years. But of course, the gag is that it's actually a real sex education class, and he's talking about actual sex, and the kids are just bored. That's the gag, which is a funny idea, but again, the idea is great, but the execution doesn't quite work, so it kind of loses itself. So you have to go, well, yeah, that is kind of funny, but it doesn't quite work. And that's what you really get throughout the whole film, unfortunately. So it's the one I return to the least, But again, it's always great to see all of them together. And of course, this was really the swan song of Python. This was the last feature, and so outside some of the albums and the few reunion concerts and things before Graham Chapman's death, this is really the swan song of Python. Because after this, they kind of went off and did their own thing for a long, long, long while. But it's definitely patchy. It definitely goes on too long, and you wish it was better. But and you definitely wish it wasn't the last feature they made. But for what it is, it does have some real high points to it. But unfortunately, it's just really, really uneven, and it's kind of sad that this was the final note they went out on. That being said, this is the Universal Blu-ray that they eventually released a couple years ago. It's actually a pretty nice transfer. It looks like a newer one than what was on the DVDs that were out of print for a little while. And really great is that it includes all the extras from the hard to find 2-disc special edition DVD in addition to some new ones. So it's a Universal Blu-ray that's actually good. I can actually recommend this. I can't believe it. It's not perfect because, of course, it's Universal. The master's kind of old, but it's not super DNR crazy, and it's better than the DVD master. So, but the best thing about this whole disc is so these are all the features from the out of print 2-disc special edition DVD. But what was really great about this, this is, of course, Blu-ray exclusive. This was made for the 30th anniversary of the film in 2013, but this has a hour-long interview with the surviving Pythons, and it's literally just them in a room talking for over an hour, and it's beautiful. That is worth the purchase of this entire disc. Like I put that on, I watched it before I watched the new transfer of the movie, and I was so vividly entertained. And they're not just joking around, they're just literally talking. There's some one-liners and jokes and barbs, but it's just them being them, and it's beautiful. And it's not in front of an audience or anything, it's just them in a room, so it's not like a Q&A or anything. So that is worth the price of this disc alone. That you should definitely pick this up if you haven't yet. And you get the bonus of having all the old features collected and a nicer transfer. The audio mix is in 5.1. Some people have said that they have seen some of the older editions. It looks like eventually with the DVD, they may have made one or two audio changes, maybe for music licensing rights. But unfortunately, the old Laserdisc, I've never picked it up because it's just pan and scan, and it's analog sound only. It's an old cheapy Universal disc, so I never saw the need of paying like $10 for a not so good Laserdisc. But if I ever find one cheap, then I'll pick it up and check it out and see if there are any differences. But I definitely think this is the go-to version of this film. It's just a standard Universal Blu-ray. So if you find it on sale, it can be under $10, but it's not carried in stores really. So it may cost you closer to 15 if you really want a copy. And of course, it comes with a digital copy, which you can do whatever with. I usually just pass those on to people because I don't use them, but it's nice that they actually, provided one. But it's actually a good catalog, proper release from Universal. Who would have thunk it? So yeah, this is really where Python ends, outside of occasional reunions and specials. And this is where the story of Python ended for a long time. And it really wasn't until, I would argue, the conception and release of the musical Spamalot that Eric Idle really spearheaded, that really brought Python back to the public consciousness, back to the spotlight and things. And then they were able to do more specials and reissues, and then do the special edition DVDs and such. So I think it was Spamalot in about 2005, 2003 era or so, in the early 2000s, that brought Python back to public consciousness, and especially for the current generation and the last generation, really introduced people to Python. And I've never seen Spamalot performed, and I'm not big on the songs and the musical numbers and things, but I've seen some of the recordings of it and some of the sketches and stuff. And what I thought was interesting about Spamalot is, at first, I thought it was just Holy Grail regurgitated as a musical, but they work in bits of Brian and other things and some of the famous Python sketches. And I think it's interesting that everybody took the time to not only get Eric Idle and try to get all the other Pythons involved, but to make it something more akin to like audience participatory thing. So it's like not just seeing the greatest hits or seeing Holy Grail all over again, but trying to make it a actual live performance that engages people. So I think that's what made it really successful, and why I think it's still running somewhere. Probably it seems like it's been running on Broadway or various other places ever since, and is always doing revivals and stuff. So I think that's what made it successful, and I think that's what brought Python back to the public eye for at least the next generation or two. And then lastly, I should also probably bring up these. Um, if I'm talking about early Gilliam and being Python-esque, I guess I should go ahead and mention these because I think these also carry the Python flag, and I think that's not talked about very much because people do like to talk about Terry Gilliam and being a great visionary, but I don't think they talk about him as being an extraordinarily intelligent artist, and also that being honed in Python. And so I do think you get a good flash of that in Brazil. And of course, a phenomenal performance by Michael Palin, who is a supremely underrated actor and really steals all of his scenes in Brazil. And of course, if you know the film, particularly the ending sequences, what his character winds up doing is just a beautiful, beautiful reveal. So I do think you still have some of the spirit of Python in Brazil. Of course, this is the ginormous, super important, super iconic Criterion Spine number 196 box set, which was the first appearance of the proper director's cut of the film, with the infamous studio hack job Love Conquers All version. And of course, the production problems on Brazil are like the super blown up version of all the hassles they had on the Python films. So I guess it was good Terry Gilliam had that practice first. So I think the whimsical black humor and working off of Orwell in 1984 and Brave New World and the classic dystopias and like twisting them on their head is right out of Pythononia, if that's a word. And then I think that's also present here in the next major Gilliam epic of sorts, Baron Munchausen, which also again has a great Python alum performance with Eric Idle as a really interesting character who's essentially a version of the Flash. But yeah, this is like Time Bandits on steroids with a lot more money, and of course was a big production nightmare and wound up not making any money at all and pissing off the studio, and it was a real effort to get through. But again, I think some of that Python touch is still present in Gilliam's work, at least up through Baron Munchausen. And really, I don't think it's ever left Gilliam's works or, anything the other guys have done. Outside, you're not really going to go to, Mike Palin making a travel documentary or writing a book, or Terry Jones writing about Chaucer, and, outside of the blurb saying, of Monty Python fame. Although it'd be great if they snuck something in somewhere. I'm sure they probably did. But anyway, this is the really awesome Criterion special edition of Munchausen with the full long cut, and then the awesome, really great gatefold, triple gatefold, which is very difficult to show on a live stream. So bear with me. Ugh. So yes, this was a really stupendous effort by Criterion, and of course Sony has done a really nice looking Blu-ray that I have been meaning to pick up, but availability on that it's not out of, I don't think it's out of print yet, but it's one of those that you usually just have to buy on Amazon and hope it goes on sale sometime. But I would like to finally see it in HD. And then I would be remiss if I did not mention what is probably I would say the most highly regarded post Python film from any of the members. And of course, you have two members of Python here, written and basically conceived by John Cleese and starring John Cleese, with a lovely turn from Michael Palin as well. And that, of course, is the real classic, one of the great comedies of the 80s, A Fish Called Wanda. This is the absolutely gorgeous Arrow Blu-ray release from a brand new Arrow-made 4K master, and this is a film that I don't think it's talked about enough. If you bring it up for those who have seen it, it's an instant recognition, but it's one of those that kind of flies under the radar. It has a great reputation, but I don't think it's well enough known among most people these days. And it is an interesting blend. Again, like I always talk about with Python, it's a blend of sort of British stiff upper lip humorous characters and more outright jokes. It does sort of have a screwball comedy touch to it. All the characters are just slightly off somehow, like you would get in the classic screwball comedy. In a lot of ways, this was John Cleese trying to pay homage to the great comedies of the 30s and 40s on both American and British shores, which is why you have a mix of American and British characters, I think. So it's really a hard film to describe. It's really hysterical at moments, and it's just so well put together and well performed, and it holds up remarkably well every time you come back to it. It really did not have very good releases for the longest time. I do have the Laserdisc, but it's an open matte release, and it's okay. It does have a digital track. It's okay if that's the best version you have. But then MGM had the DVD rights, and theirs weren't very good. And then they did a Blu-ray, which was an old master, and then that was just not very good. And then Arrow finally stepped up to the plate and got the rights, and then just did a 4K scan themselves and produced this beautiful release, which is really the definitive version. It is loaded with special features and has a nice commentary. And this is, I was lucky enough to get one still with the slipcover, which usually doesn't last for Arrow releases. Beautiful, nice new custom cover art and everything. And of course, on the reverse, you have the original art reproduced as well. So you can always flip that over and put out the original art. And being a Arrow first run release, it still comes with the collectible booklet with nice essay pieces. And like Criterion, Arrow does do pretty thick booklets, but Arrow is one of those companies where they have to, like anybody, they have to save money. And then eventually, if you don't get copies on the first run, even though they are limited, eventually they will stop printing the booklets. So I have them like half and half. Like I have maybe about 10 to 12 Arrow discs, and like half of them have the booklets and half of them don't. And I think some of those just didn't come with booklets in the first place, because not all of them come with booklets, but that's one thing you have to look out for. But this is definitely the release to go for. This new scan is absolutely beautiful. The special features are incredible. It's a loaded Arrow disc, and this film had bad releases for years and years. It's one of those where the open matting was not very good because it kind of ruined some of the sight gags. There's one in particular. It's even shown on the cover. If you've ever seen the open matte version, you'll know what I'm talking about, because it kind of shows way too much and ruins the sight gag. But this is probably the most highly regarded film of any of the Python members post Python. And I still really need to see the quasi sequel to this film, Fierce Creatures, which reunites the main cast. And it's a different film, but it's basically like a spiritual sequel. It's not as well regarded. I've never gotten to see it, so I need to finally do that. But this is definitely the release to pick up if you want to see this film, or it's been a long while, or just looking for a good copy of it. It was a shock that they did it, and it was a new 4K scan. So I cannot recommend it highly enough. And lastly, I do want to mention these other two. These books I got rather recently. They're I still need to get Eric's book. Eric Idle wrote a book about his life and times of sorts that I need to pick up and read. But I did find a nice used copy of John's memoirs entitled "So Anyway." This is really his early years. It pretty much goes right up to the Python days and then just kind of stops. So I think there's supposed to be another volume, but I don't know if because it's been a couple years since this. But I'd been meaning to read this, and now I finally have a copy. So I'm going to read through it now once I finish the rereading the Python autobiography. So there's this. I think there was also a published volume of Graham Chapman wrote his memoirs of sorts as well. And then this one I've been meaning to read for some time, and I'm now finally getting to it. But this is entitled rather cheekily, Monty Python's Tunisian Holiday. This is about the trials and tribulations of the making of Life of Brian, and very um, lovingly has a very cheesily happy title when it was a very unhappy shoot and miserable for everybody. Miserable just to get the film made. So I'm really excited to read through this because I'm sure this goes into more detail than any of the commentaries. So and I've been meaning to read this for ages, but I just finally, like the Cleese book, I finally got a nice copy, and it's just been on my to read shelf, which is absurdly too large. But yeah, this is another great book about Python that, again, gets into the nitty gritty and is not just some coffee table book or book that just reprints the famous jokes like most throwaway film and TV books we have. So yeah, that's the extent of my Python shelf and my spiel of sorts. So again, I just wanted to talk about Python some because it's been on my brain and such. And again, with the news of Terry Jones' death, it was just one of those things that just kind of stuck in my head, and I just started thinking more and more and more about all the good times. all the high moments and the low moments and all that fun stuff, and it's just percolated in my brain for like a week, and I'm like, well, I need to try and get a stream in, and then I'm just like, it's gonna be Python. I just gotta do it. So because I feel like they're not spoken about seriously enough. Like and it seems like that with most comedy, whether it's actors, actresses, directors, or whatever type of comedy it is. It's like it's very rare for comedy to be examined in academic form or examined on its own merits, instead of just the laughs. And that's what I've always liked about Python, because there's so much there. There's so much extra you can read into, and so many ideas and so many things floating around in this, giant bowl of Python mania that there's all these elements you can, take one and see where that train goes, and so on and so forth. And all because these guys were not just going to sit around and just do pratfalls and silly jokes. There was meaning, and there was intelligence, and they were actually trying to say something with the laughs. So anyway, that's my spiel. And now I'm really parched. So let me see. Oh wow, got a lot to catch through. Okay, I guess I'll just work my way backwards real quick. Okay, see some fish called Wanda talk. I didn't talk too much about the various TV productions and stuff. Of course, John Cleese is also famous for doing Faulty Towers, which I really want to rewatch. I've seen the whole series before, but I really was. It's now out on Blu-ray in the UK, and I've heard the transfer is pretty good. So I don't know if it's a lot better because, of course, shot on tape back in the day, there's only so much you can do with broadcast era tape shows. But I would like to see it again, so I may get that as well, along with the Flying Circus remastering. But of course, that's his big show as well. And I know I alluded to Michael Palin and Terry Jones doing lots of documentary work for BBC and other television outlets, and then writing actual nonfiction works. And Eric's done other things, I think, outside of Spamalot as well, in the theater circuit, among tons of other stuff. So you can really spend a lot of time digging into all their other various appearances, television work, acting gigs, writing gigs, you name it. Yeah, with Gilliam, I really do appreciate everything he does, even if I don't think the film's very good. Like, or he has so many setbacks and challenges, or they get taken over or recut. I always appreciate him being there, and even if I don't like the film very much, I appreciate the ideas behind it. And he's one of those guys. I mean, I could listen to any of them talk for hours, but I just love when he gets going on the film industry and such, because he has such brilliant insights that have that, wonderful ironic edge. And he's always trying to be artistic and challenge the norms of everything, but he's also still a sensible guy from the from the Midwest originally, and he's still got that kooky manic energy, even at his age now, you can still see it in his eyes, like he could get up and jump around the room on a pogo stick for 3 hours and then sit back down and continue. Uh, but yeah, it's really with his directing career, it's really the earlier features that have his stamp fully imprinted and are the ones that are like seemingly generally more accepted. And then Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas has the cult status, and everybody likes it for the drugged out scenes and such. And 12 Monkeys, you get the action movie crowd and the Bruce Willis crowd and the Terry Gilliam crowd, so that's a bit more well known. And of course, he did finally get to finish Don Quixote, but I just always appreciate it when he comes out with something. And there's still a couple of his films that I have not gotten to see yet, and I really, really need to. I need to bone up on my Gilliam land, but yeah, he's just one of those people, one of the few people left that I just so truly appreciate, and I'm so happy he's still around. And again, just hearing him and hearing any of them in interviews, just when they really open up and they just start talking about stuff, it's just I find it fascinating, and it's very rare that I can do that with anybody who's still around. So anytime there's something like that, I'm just like I gorge on it. I don't know if I get. I couldn't really. I don't know if I could pick a favorite though. Uh, um, it would probably be between Time Bandits and Jabberwocky, um, with Brazil a close second. But I don't know if I could pick just one. It may actually be Jabberwocky, actually, because it's so underrated and there's so many great jokes in it. Um, like I can't look at a potato without thinking about Jabberwocky. I shall treasure this potato, oh Griselda. Uh, carries a rotten potato around for the whole movie. It is a sign of your love. You threw it out of the window. Um, I like John Cleese in nearly everything except for Body as a Pack Q. I have to say I adore his Q performances. I really do. More specifically, Die Another Day than World Is Not Enough, because if you have to replace an iconic character, you have to have somebody fill that void without obviously trying to replace them and have somebody do the same thing. I thought, and this is all, more in retrospect, back in the day, I just didn't really think about it. It just felt okay. And you just kind of went with it. And of course, there's only 2 movies. But I think it was really a brilliant idea to bring John in. And I think he helped fill the void after Desmond died, unfortunately. And but in a way, without doing the it was still the same type of character, but it was not out of respect. It was not just doing the same thing, but not as well, because nobody could do that the same way Desmond did. And it would also insult the audience's intelligence. And I think, unfortunately, The World Is Not Enough, they had him play it more for laughs. But if you look when he reappears in the last scene, it's not the same goofiness. So, but in Die Another Day, he's perfectly serious and he gets at the same Q-isms without doing them in the same style that Desmond would have. He found a way to do them and get the humor in there, but also get the crustiness in there. And nobody can do crustiness like John Cleese can. And there was a certain warmth there. And I was really sad that we never got to see him, develop that more, because I thought it was a great idea and I thought it actually worked. Once you got through the goofiness of his first appearance, and if you're cute, does that make him helps if you open the door. So yeah, I actually thought it was quite a good idea, and I also appreciated the fact that he's publicly said they need to actually make real proper Bond movies again and not this modern junk. And I'm like, someone who has seen the light. Sorry, but yeah, I think outside of the dumb jokes and his initial scene appearance in The World's Not Enough, I thought it was actually a pretty good idea. And he did also play it again in the video game world. He plays Q/R, whichever name you want to use, in primarily in the Everything or Nothing video game, which is really for it's really the fourth Brosnan movie we never got because it's the only game with a full story, a real villain, Brosnan in the game, both in performance and likeness. And John Cleese is in there, and Judi Dench is in there, and it's actually it's the best Bond game we've ever gotten. But yeah, I still wish we got to see him do more with that role. I think that could have only gotten better. But yeah, I still miss that actually. um, let's see. Okay, talking about the various controversies, and then of course, oh yeah, talking about the Beatles burnings. Yes, well, that's just another example of things getting printed and taken out of context, and then it blowing up super super fast before anybody knows what happens. I don't think the Life of Brian controversy got that bad, but there were bannings and there were picketings and such. But I don't think it hit the levels of, say, what happened on Last Temptation of Christ when everybody got death threats, and the film got canceled, and then Scorsese had to wait years before he could remake it. Well, finally get to make it, and he made After Hours and Color of Money in between to get money and get more cred to then go and make it. And then they got more death threats, and it got banned, and it got picketed like crazy, and they had to be escorted in and out and all that stuff. So that was way, way worse. So Life of Brian had some of that, but I don't think it got to that like severe level of people actually getting legitimate death threats. And that's another one that I don't understand because that just seems so close-minded to me because neither one of these films should be, I think, considered anything wrong or insulting or anything like that. But of course, everyone has their own opinion. But I just think it was a little ridiculous in both of those cases. But at least Life of Brian, I don't think got to the crazy levels that the Last Temptation controversies got to. Let's see. Okay. To someone who went to school with someone who regarded Life of Brian as a mistake and Holy Grail was the greatest film ever made. Saying basically Holy Grail is more fun and quotable. That seems to be the general consensus among most people, especially here in the U.S. That's the thing I've noticed. It's like in the U.S., everybody loves Holy Grail, and they've either never heard of Life of Brian, or they maybe saw it once, didn't think much about it, and they kind of like Meaning of Life for the funny bits. And whereas it seems like in the UK, everybody loves and cherishes and respects Life of Brian, and they love Holy Grail, but they feel Life of Brian is the more artistically minded one, and is the superior one, which is kind of how I feel. But I think I think Holy Grail and Life of Brian are like two sides of the same coin, and they're both masterpieces. And I think unfortunately Holy Grail gets looked at too much as the super funny one and not taken seriously as a great film because it is one, because of all the complications and because of all the things they had to do, and that makes it so endearingly special. And I think Life of Brian is not well respected here in the US because it's more, intelligence driven and more, for lack of a better term, most people would see it and would say it's too British or it's too arty, or they just didn't like it because they don't like biblical movies, which they should love it then if they don't like biblical movies because it's making fun of how dumb biblical movies can get. So it seems like this interesting cultural divide, and I couldn't see Life of Brian for ages because it was also not very available here. And then it was out of print on and off for years and years, and it's not run all the time like Holy Grail or Meaning of Life. And it when they did the theatrical re-release for Holy Grail, it ran for like a month in art house theaters, and like for the think it was in like 2005 for the anniversary, because I remember seeing the advertisements. I just didn't get to go. And then they did one for Life of Brian a couple years later for the anniversary, and it played for like one day. And I was so mad because I so wanted to go see it, and it played. It finally played in an art house theater somewhere near me, and I couldn't go because it literally played one night, and then it was gone. I'm like, oh, come on, that's not fair. But anyway, it's just one of those interesting things where it's like there's a cultural divide between U.S. audiences and UK audiences. Yeah, I have, thankfully, I have met a few people just in general in the past couple years that have at least seen Life of Brian and do, like it generally and things. At least they know what I'm talking about. But unfortunately, I still can't go somewhere and do a Brian quote and not have a room of, of blank faces. They might know Always Look on the Bright Side of Life, but probably not. Whereas now it's the number one requested funeral song in the UK and has been for years. And when I heard Eric say that in an interview once, I was just like, oh my God, that's the most amazing thing ever. It's so perfect. Why doesn't everybody do that? It's been used everywhere, but here it's like only diehard Python nerds are going to know it. If only I could walk into a room and just be like, coin for next leper. He just walked up and killed me. Not even asked. Took away my livelihood, he did. I love that gag. Bloody do-gooder. Let's see. Yeah, I don't get it. Life of Brian, I don't know. It may be just my experience, but it seems to be just I always get blank faces. I can talk about it online and film forums and things like that, or if you're talking in a Python group or something, but in just general day-to-day everyday activities. I mean, nowadays you encounter people who've not seen Holy Grail, and then I encountered someone this past week and I was reading the Python book and they're like, why are you reading that? I'm like, well, Terry Jones just died, and they're like, who's Python? And I'm like, oh God. So we're already hitting that point too. Because it's not in the last 5 minutes of their social media feed on their phone, because that's glued to their face. And think what Python could do if they were still all here and they decided to do something. I mean, they could have the biggest field day in the world all because of this thing. They could have a field day with cell phones and social media. But anyway, I see a lot of Brian quotes. That makes me happy. Are there any women here? No. All right. What have the Romans ever done for us? All right. Besides the roads and the aqueducts and the education and the food and the protection and everything else and the whole economy and everything, what have the Romans ever done for us? PFJ. We're the Judean People's Front. Why, will you all leave me alone? Anyone have anything to say about my friend? Biggus? Dickus? Anything? Not even a titter? I see the comment that I think about all the time. Do I have room to sleep with all the physical media I've accumulated? I know this looks like really precarious, but the whole reason why I chose over here, this was like the closest I had to an actual it's the corner next to my desk, so I can actually be hooked into my PC. And I figured it'd be better if I was running off of actual Cat 6 cable and definitely not trying to stream over Wi-Fi. So that's why I chose here. So, but with my webcam, it makes it look like really But then again, all my shelves are just stuffed. I've got stuff crammed everywhere, but it's not horrible. I just need more space for more shelves. They don't make good, inexpensive, affordable, easy to obtain media shelving designed for actual media. You have to always like use random things and then use the extra space and then use extra space on a bookshelf, as you could see. So it's just always moving and shifting, and then I have to, it's like the age old thing. You have a full shelf and you buy one thing, and then you have to take everything off just to restructure everything, and then you put everything back on, and then now three things won't fit. And it's like, what have I done? um let's see. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ooh, got some talk about the old Criterion Bond laser disc. Yeah. Oh gosh, the old fan filtration Criterion transfers. Those were so great when I was first really getting into all of this stuff and actually figuring out there were other people online who actually were talking about the same thing as I was always thinking about. And I was like, wow, there are whole forums full of this stuff. Wow, fantastic. Um, so yeah, I remember when he was putting those together, and I think on some of those he had to use the MGM LD footage or something, and then synced the Criterion audio tracks. So that was actually the first time I got to hear the band commentaries. Were on his lovely early DVD transfers. And then eventually people started uploading like MP3s of LD commentaries to like YouTube and stuff. So now the band commentaries are floating around various places. And as much as people talk about them, I don't think many people actually listen to them because they're a gold mine of just beautiful off the cuff commentary. And there's nothing really objectionable in them per se. There's one or two instances that they're some of the remarks are just like really not unfiltered, but like nothing horrible or anything. there's there's one great one that always cracks me up. I think it's on the Goldfinger commentary, and Peter Hunt is talking at that instance about Connery's sex appeal and machismo and everything in the early 60s, and how, especially by the time of Goldfinger, and he literally says he could have walked into any room and just had his way with anybody because all the women just fell at his feet. But of course, he's much more direct in the way he says it. It's just so hysterical because you think about it and it's like, well, it's probably true. Probably was true at the time. But yeah, it's just a gold mine of information. And hearing it from the horse's mouth, in that instance is just like, oh my gosh, because of course, Terrence Young died shortly after those were released in the early 1990s. And of course, Peter Hunt is no longer with us. And, as great as the later documentaries and commentaries are, they are, combined and edited and things. And they're not just rambling off the cuff, uncensored, non-sanctioned commentaries like the Criterion tracks are. So that's why they were so magical for me, just because it was like actually getting to sit down with these people I've admired my whole life and actually just hear them talk face to, well, obviously microphone to Laserdisc to speaker to you, but it's just, oh gosh, it is just astonishing hearing them for the first time. Let's see. Yeah, I really do want to get the new network Blu-ray of Flying Circus, and because it's been a long while since I've actually sat down and I did do the. I primarily watched the series growing up. They used to rerun it every day. Sometimes PBS would still do it, but it was primarily A&E when they would run their British packages of syndicated shows because they had them out on DVD. So that's how I would watch Flying Circus and The Avengers and The Saint, They would occasionally do The Persuaders, and they did The Prisoner very, very rarely, and sometimes Danger Man, and along with some other British shows and things. So that's how I got to see those growing up. And then I rented the DVDs and watched those, but I never got to buy the whole mega set one. And then that went out of print because they were supposed to do Blu-rays, and then now they've finally done them. So it's been a long while since I've watched anything outside of just individual sketches and such. So that's why I was really looking forward to getting the Blu-rays once they finally came out. But then, I read all the reports, everybody getting the smash boxes, and then you got to get do you want the 50i version or the 60i version, depending on your region and your display and such. So I'm like, I finally figured I'll just get them individually, because you can get them without the slip box for like 15 pounds, I think. And then for 20 pounds, you get them with the slip box and the booklet and everything. You just don't get the big outer box that's getting smashed in everybody's shipping. So I figured I'll just get them like one season at a time and just, go through it one season at a time. And I always like watching shows. Even if I rewatch a show, I like doing it slowly and just not just doing it all in one go, because you kind of get overloaded. So I think it's really hard to review like Blu-ray and DVD releases of television shows, especially long runs, because it's like it's hard to watch 100 episodes of a show and not get bored and cram it all into like a week. But I think that's what I'll do, because I'm really excited to see what they did with those, and I'm sure it's a bang up job, because all the reviews have been really great so far. I just wish you could get the set and it wasn't, arrived destroyed. I would agree. Probably most Python fans still side with Flying Circus. Flying Circus gives you the most variety because you have 4 seasons and each show is just filled with everything. But I do think at least for me, the features take it up to another level. And of course, I'm much more feature minded. I'm, admittedly not really a television person. I like individual specific shows and items and things, but I much prefer having, a 2-hour movie narrative. And again, it's been a long while since I've been able to sit down and watch all of Flying Circus start to finish. Because it's been out of print for some time, and now these Blu-rays are finally coming out this year. So I'm finally going to dig back into it. But I think for me, and I think artistically, I think there's so much more and more scope and scale in the features, because they had more money to play with. They had a little more time, and they were trying to do bigger things and such. But I also get the argument. Some people might say that detracts from the original strength of Flying Circus as a sketch comedy show. So I understand that as well. So I think it's always good to have debates like that. And there's no negative. They're all great, except Meaning of Life is sketchy. and something completely different is something completely different. It's more of the same done with higher gloss and less energy. It's been a while since I've seen that too. I guess I should rewatch that after I check out the Flying Circus Blu-rays, because I think that would be an interesting thing. I've never actually specifically gone and done the Flying Circus version and then the completely different movie version, like back to back. I think some people have on YouTube and stuff, but I think that would be a fun thing to do, to watch that after you go through the new Flying Circus Blu-rays. So let's see. What else have I missed? Okay, I think I caught up now. Let me scroll back down. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. Okay, now I'm back to the end. Oh yeah, Brothers Grimm is interesting. I've nearly gotten that. I've seen it on the used racks before on Blu-ray. But I think I may finally get a copy, because I saw it once. Like, I think somebody rented it right after it came out, and I saw it, and I was like, "Well, that wasn't very good," but, I mean, it was visually interesting, but then you read about how he had big problems with Miramax, and they took the film over and recut it and stuff, and I think there's also I think there may be a foreign cut as well that may be a little different, but yeah, I think it'd be interesting to revisit, um, and of course, visually, it's always interesting because it's a Terry Gilliam movie. But I don't know if anybody's ever set about trying to resurrect the original edition of it. And of course, it's interesting that he was working with Heath Ledger a lot, and then of course, when Heath Ledger died, then he had to figure out a way to finish Doctor Parnassus, and then hit upon the idea of getting all the other actors to come in and do like essentially other universe versions of the Heath Ledger character. So I thought that was an interesting and uh, heartfelt way to finish the movie and honor the actor's memory and honor the work and actually finish the movie so everybody wasn't out a lot of money and out of a job. And yeah, I need to see. I need to rewatch most of Gilliam's films, especially the later ones, and some of the ones I haven't seen. So this just reminds me to do that. Um, yes, Peter Merton was the original Major Boothroyd, not named as Q in Doctor No, and of course to hear Terrence Young tell it in the commentary that he's like. I love how he literally says, "Now this fellow, Peter Merton, he was a good fellow, but he was a fellow. He made the stupidest decision. He could have carried on this part and had a job for life, but he decided to go do a play that closed after a week, and we had to go and find Desmond for the next film." Um, but he's great in that scene. I've quoted him ever since I was 5. Walther PPK 7.65 mil with a delivery like a brick through a plate glass window takes a brass silencer with very little reduction in muzzle velocity. The American CIA swear by them. But it was good in a way that we got Desmond, and that's it doesn't get more iconic than that. But okay, talking about the upcoming No Time to Die, which will be how I feel on opening day, of course. I have to be snarky. Don't like some of the directions the new movie is heading towards. The fact that the woman is supposed to be the partner is talking down to him and acts super sassy, and Bond simply letting her get away with that, etc., etc., etc. You talk down to Bond, he will make you look embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, you can see where they're going with it, and if you read the novels, there is, character interplay and banter and things, and yeah, Bond will sometimes let people just, kind of always, dig their own graves or so on and so forth. But yeah, if you look in the film, as Brian points out, it's right out of the Spy Who Loved Me textbook, but I'm sure it will not be up to that standard because one thing that people liked on the original release and the original critic reviews back in the 70s for Spy that I think gets lost nowadays. I think people don't pick up on the beautiful interplay between Bond and Triple X and The Spy Who Loved Me, and how it's like an old battle of the sexes comedy, or a the way that Hepburn and Tracy play off of each other in Adam's Rib, or in a small comedy, or and of course the notion that they're doing this and they're enemy agents who eventually have to work together. It's to prevent what essentially becomes almost World War III. It's like it's a way to inject fun and something different in there, and come up with a female character with more to do, and to be a sort of equal to Bond's character, and put them on, a level playing field of sorts. So it looks like that's what they're doing here, which is not the first time they've gone back to that. I mean, all you have to do is go and look at Tomorrow Never Dies, and the Wei Lin character, which is a great idea, and Michelle Yeoh is fantastic. But unfortunately, if you really look at Tomorrow Never Dies, it's sadly kind of underwritten. but that also comes because they rewrote the script as they were making it, because the studio balked at the concept of being about the Hong Kong handover right before they started shooting the movie, and that kind of screwed them. So then Bruce Fierstein had to rewrite the movie as they shot it, and that caused a lot of problems, which, if you ever wondered why Tomorrow Never Dies had a lot of issues, it's because they had to rewrite the movie as they went, and that never goes well. So it's amazing Tomorrow Never Dies is as good as it is, and because it's so well edited and tightly plotted, it manages to just go so fast you don't notice until you rewatch it 10,000 times and wonder what's happened to your life. so, um, so yeah, that's when you become aware enough of all the various elements of the series, you can see when they're like returning to other ideas, and obviously that's their way of assessing the modern criticisms of the series and the characters primarily by people who don't understand the series or the characters, but it is a criticism, and so that's apparently the way they're going to play it so far as we know. Hopefully it's more than just another male female coworker dynamic, and she looks disapprovingly on him for the whole movie, and then maybe warms up to him at the end or something, or etc. Hopefully it's more inventive than that, but the past couple features have not been inventive at all, so I'm not expecting very much. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting, I guess. I would hope by getting a director out of left field, in terms of, yes, he did True Detective, but he doesn't really have a gigantic action feature, franchise entry under his belt, a big globe-trotting international film. I would hope that would maybe give the film more energy and allow it to be riskier and more creative, and a shot in the arm the series needs. But I don't know. Yeah. So just I'm trying not to overanalyze, because that just gets me more and more and more and more anxious. But yeah, you can definitely see the Spy Who Loved Me tropes right there. Yeah, the rumors about the number reassignment, I think, just go to the whole notion of the urban legend everybody's always had of the name and number being a code name and being passed on to different individuals, to explain the recasting and how the series is continually going, which is stupid, because you don't need to do that. Everybody knows the joke. Everybody's in on the joke. You don't have to do that. You don't have to explain everything, because if you try to explain anything like that, it's just, your explanation is always going to look dumb. Unfortunately, it looks like that from what the trailers indicate, that they simply have reassigned the number to another agent. And then they have to go get this character out of retirement because things have gone really bad. And if you look at that very closely, you realize very quickly they have ripped off the 1967 Casino Royale, because that film features a British MI6 organization with a retired James Bond who no longer wants to be spying, who is coaxed out of retirement and has a replacement who was assigned the code name and number, and who is nothing like the original. So that's right out of the Casino 67 playbook. And that just cracks me up that they're now lifting from the movie everybody loves to riff on and rip apart and stuff, that I've always felt is actually genius. And I always thought that was a genius gag, because then they're able to pass off the difference between the book Bond and the movie Bond. And David Niven as Sir James is like, I don't know why being a spy has to be associated with being a sex-craved murdering maniac. Back in my day, spying was a serious business. Yeah, it's really cool that OHMSS has now come back around, and now it's widely regarded in not just fan circles, but in the general public, and you see it in online polls and articles and things, that it's now viewed as being like the artistic highlight or the cult classic of the series, or the one that got away that's actually great. And it's like, well, yeah, where were you guys all these years? But they never bring up the fact that Peter Hunt was a genius and that he edited the first five, and they finally let him direct one. And so he directed one and knocked it out of the park. And how in the hell that was his first feature is astonishing, and made George Lazenby believable when he had never had a professional acting gig in his life outside of television commercials, and being a male model. It's like, it's one of the great uh, debut directorial efforts. It's one of the best films of the 1960s. It's astonishing. Um, but it also, I feel like people want to name check that now as like the popular answer, like Die Hard is their favorite Christmas movie. But they don't always make the connection that it's the one where they tried to do a film like the books, and they tried to get the spirit of Fleming across fully, and they made Bond more human, and they made him more three-dimensional, and it's the most dramatic one, and it's the most challenging one, and it manages to tick every box and do everything and still be gripping and moving. um, but then nobody knows the history of the series or reads the books or anything. So I'm just amazed it's had this turnaround, because even when I was growing up, it was the one nobody knew about. It was the one you couldn't get on video, you had to special order. It was the one they never showed on television. It was the hardest one to see. And all people would know is it was that weird one with that one dude, or that one guy who nobody knows his name. And I never forget, I was a kid in a restaurant, and I heard the next table talking. All of a sudden, my ears perked up because like my radar went off, because I heard I heard Bond titles, and I'm like, And I was like, I think I must have been like maybe 6 or 7 at the time, and then they started talking about On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and they were like, yeah, that one with that guy, what's his name? He wasn't ever in anything else. I forget. I literally walked over, and I'm like, I believe you're looking for George Lazenby, former Australian male model. And they were like, that's it. And they turned around. Thank you, sir. And they look down, and they see, a 7-year-old, because they think it was some guy who walked up. So I'm like, yeah, that's me. And it's really awesome that he has a active social media account. Like I see some of his stuff, and it's fantastic on Facebook. Like people repost his stuff. So, and he seems like such a wonderful guy. But yeah, it's truly a shame Peter Hunt never directed again. For the series, and that like all the other Bond directors, once they left the series, their other non-Bond features are kind of mixed. Peter Hunt did some interesting films, some good, solid action adventure films, particularly the ones with Roger Moore, being Gold, and Shout at the Devil is quite great with Roger and Lee Marvin. But then, outside of that, most people would say he was an undistinguished director, the same way they like to talk about Terrence Young, and then, say, well, Terrence Young made Inchon, and that was a terrible bomb, and it was a terrible movie. And I'm like, well, yeah, everybody got stuck in it, and it went horribly wrong. But he also made great films before the Bond films that are just really unavailable. And I'm still dying to see things like They Were Not Divided, and the Warwick films that he made with, Ted Moore and Broccoli and everybody else. And, Guy Hamilton was a great director, but after Bond, he almost directed Superman, and he directed, some of the EMI Christie adaptations, which are pretty good. And, some odds and ends here and there, but, and the same thing with John Glenn. They will really, if anybody even knows who John Glenn was, if they know who he is, they just talk about, the silly sequels and made for TV movies he had to do afterwards. But, it's like, well, if you're already a certain age and you've already had such a level of success, there's not a lot of possibilities after that. But then again, nobody takes Bond directors seriously. Nobody takes Bond seriously. Probably the most respected out of all would be Lewis Gilbert, because he also specialized in making really great dramas and art house movies. And people will talk about Alfie, or Probably Educating Rita would be another one, which is a great little film with a phenomenal Michael Caine performance, as always. But and that would give him more cachet among critics and esteeming the works of, is this director worthy of being an auteur and all that lofty crap. Um, but they don't take the Bond films seriously when they're truly great works. But anyway, but yeah, Peter Hunt was brilliant. And I say all the time, I think Peter Hunt was the greatest editor who ever lived, and I mean that in every single way. I don't think there is a better edited film than the first three Bond films. And in terms of inventing a new cutting style, building on everything in the French New Wave and Godard using jump cuts and breathless, but building that sort of energy into a coherent narrative style that was fresh and modern, but not overdoing it, and still being intelligent and telling a clear story, but keeping the pace up at such a consistent level that you don't even think about there being a pace anymore. I think the only film that really rivals the first three Bond films in terms of editing prowess is Star Wars in its original 1977 theatrical release form. And of course, that was fly by night, having to be done by three editors to just rush to get the film finished and constantly interchange scenes between each other. Oh gosh, Ted Moore was a genius. I still to this day, if I see there's a film that he shot that I have not seen, I have to go and see it. I think he is such an unheralded talent, and his work especially on the early Bond films, they're so clearly shot and beautifully lit, and very sharp. And that doesn't always come across in a lot of the video transfers, but it's really amazing how good those films look on, being what they are. And they were, starting out, they were not highly budgeted. And even back in the day, even your big epic films sometimes, did not always, have the best look to them. And I've seen people talk about, like, even back in the day when they would see Thunderball, how good it looked. And it wasn't a 70 millimeter road show. And even compared to some of the lesser regarded 70 millimeter road shows, how good Thunderball could look. And it was just standard scope. And that was his first time shooting in scope. And it's a beautiful scope movie. Like his compositions were still great in widescreen, and that's not an easy adjustment to make. Not everybody could do that and go from Academy to flat non-scope widescreen and then make the jump to scope widescreen. Some people just could not compose as well. So yeah, that's and of course being able to shoot black and white and being able to shoot well in color. I am glad he did, win on. I do believe he won the Oscar for Man for All Season, if I'm remembering correctly. So he did, get some recognition, at least during his lifetime. But his work really is a key element, along with Peter Hunt's editing, of the early films that really established the series. And again, I could make the case for any of the original key production team members that they do not get appreciated for what they contributed. Yeah, if you get me going on Bond, I will go. I will go off. I'm trying to guess through some of these. Okay, Pete's leaving various comments because. Okay, because various variations in internet speed and chat room. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's why. Okay, it's like, why are there all these paragraphs here? Okay, okay. Okay, recently we watched the Hawks version of The Thing. Yeah, I think you take it one way if you see it as a kid, but when you see it later on, especially when you see a lot more 50s sci-fi, and you understand that it really came at like the beginning of the 50s sci-fi craze, and it's got, you can read in Cold War tensions if you want to. There's a lot of different things going on there. So it's there's more going on there than, monster rampaging in the lonely Arctic, and he's a vegetable man. Kill it with lightning. He's a carrot man, indeed. Um, yeah, I love Alec Baldwin as Jack Ryan and Red October. I just really do. I love all the nuances. I love the inherent humor and the fact that he totally seems like a guy over his head that he's just having to think off of his feet and use his wits and nothing else. And I found that endearing. Whereas as much as I love Harrison, you don't get that in the middle two Jack Ryan films. They become much more of experienced guy who's actually a family man he's a guy at the CIA and this stuff happens to him, but he's got to do it because it's his job, man. Um, and I mean, that's fine and it works, but I didn't get attached to it in the same way that I did in Red October. And I still like Patriot Games and Present Danger, but um, I'd also make the point you don't get attached to those two films the same way you do, for example, in The Fugitive, which gets you much more involved and gets you invested in Harrison as Richard Kimball. Even if you're a big fan of the original series, it still manages to get you invested in the character and the story and the situation and stuff. And that's another underrated 90s film that doesn't get talked about enough. That's so much better than what it was supposed to be. Um, Oh gosh, David Picker was just oh gosh, he was great. And of course, he was, the son of Arnold Picker and basically kind of came on at UA as the junior partner and worked his way up through the business and everything and got, a firsthand view of everything. And but all those guys, Benjamin and Krim and Picker and forming the new United Artists, basically the greatest movie studio that ever existed. And made United Artists what it was originally supposed to be when it was founded by Pickford and Doug Fairbanks and Charlie Chaplin and D.W. Griffith back in the day. And they could just never get it off the ground the way they wanted to. And it wasn't until the new guys came in and bought it and managed to do what everybody wanted to do back in the day. But yeah, David Picker, I think being the younger person at UA, really was able to hone in on the energy of the times and understand what Bond was appealing to. And so I think in that sense, he was able to have his finger on the pulse of the culture at the time and understood more of what would go down well with audiences and also what Eon was trying to do. So I think he was right in with George leaving, even though OHMSS was not a box office failure, like everybody always makes out, it still made money. It was still a successful film. It just was not crazy successful, but the spy craze had already peaked. So You Only Live Twice made less money than they thought it was going to. And then OHMSS continued the slide. So it wasn't really the fact that Sean had left. It was that the spy craze had peaked and people were tired of spy stories. And it was the end of the decade and people were tired of the studio system and they were fed up. And so it was already post Bonnie and Clyde. So things had changed. You had to do something different. So by getting Sean to come back, I think it became a sort of statement of intent that, okay, well, we're going to do this. We're coming back. We're not dead. Literally, we're not dead yet. And it also was a firm. I mean, all you had to do was put Sean on the poster and that would sell tickets, and that got people interested again. And that got people to put their butts back in seats, which is always the key of marketing. And UA was at that time was the greatest marketer and had the greatest distribution of anybody. Like I said, they were the greatest movie studio that ever existed, who never had a studio soundstage of their own. Their setup was ingenious and it worked until they, sold to Transamerica and started a long, slow slide. But anyway, they really needed that shot in the arm. Because, had Diamonds Are Forever come out with John Gavin in the lead, I don't know how that would have fared. I think Gavin would have been fine, but it would have felt really weird. And since the film was already primarily in Las Vegas and was shot in America and some on the Universal lot with American technicians, it definitely probably would have had a sort of TV vibe about it, and I don't know if people would have bought an American actor as Bond and all this stuff. It wouldn't have had the star panache, and wouldn't have had the the high gloss. It wouldn't have had the fancy allure that was supposed to be a Bond film. So I think that was really important to keep the series alive and viable. And again, it was a statement of intent, and they paid him, $1.4 million. So, which then promptly donated to charity because he was just like, you know what, fine. And then, but the thing is, he got to make two pictures of his own at UA, which turned out to be very good pictures. So, at least there was, extra greatness to come out of it. The first two Bonds are great. From Russia with Love is the best of the Youngs. The weakest is Thunderball, overwrought too long. Well, yeah, it's and the kitchen sink. The problem was it was the peak of the spy craze. They rushed it for the Christmas season. Peter Hunt had to cut a 4-hour movie down to over 2 hours in like a month and a half. Terrence Young didn't get to supervise the editing. The producers insisted they make the underwater battle longer because it was so epic, and they shot all this stuff. So Peter Hunt had to make the 3-minute sequence back to like 10 minutes. There's all these little things, and there were more hands in the pie. Kevin McClory was technically the producer, and they had to keep him happy. And they were also working off of the original 1961 Richard Maybaum script draft. And of course, there'd been many script drafts before that, and they had to worry about not doing anything that might make McClory mad or might cause any legal hurdles because of the Thunderball court case that had gone on and dragged out for years. And they had years of old unpublished script drafts from all of the work done by Fleming and Kevin McClory and Ivar Bryce, and of course then the original scripts and screenplays by Jack Whittingham, and all the various ideas that entailed. And it really helps to read the Battle for Bond book, which goes into the history of that and puts in some excerpts and a lot of really helpful summaries of the various script drafts. So I think all that adds up, and it does show on the screen. But I think over time, you're able to sort of intrinsically accept that. And I think the also Peter Hunt has said that he was trying to do a different sort of editing. So that's why he started using wipes and transition effects. And he was trying to not cut it exactly like he did on the first three. So it also makes it feel a little bit different. And again, they were trying to be the biggest movie in the world, and it wasn't exactly like it was on the first three, where they were just doing their own thing, and it suddenly became the biggest movie franchise in the world without them knowing. So that, of course, always changes the end result when you have to worry about audience expectations and having a movie out by Christmas, and it's got to be bigger than anything anybody's ever seen. So there's a lot of things going on there, but I think in the recent past, Thunderball's gotten too much flack for being, a little bit too long, a little bit too slow and stuff, because when you look at it, it's so unbelievably classic. And, it took me a long time to realize this, but as I got swept up in, oh, it's too long, oh, it's too slow, and da 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 da, and the editing's a little weird and all this stuff. But when I realized all of this stuff that went on and all they were having to do just to get the film made, because originally Thunderball was going to be the first film made back in 1962, but the court case happened, so they couldn't touch it. So Maybaum's draft went in a filing cabinet, and they had to make Dr. No, and they couldn't have made Thunderball for $1 million anyway. It would have been a terrible movie in like 5 different ways, and would have killed the series. But for all that, if you watch the films in order the way I do every year, you notice little differences, and you notice how they change and they grow, and the tone shift back and forth. But if you go right from Goldfinger to Thunderball, there is such a clear mark of Terrence Young has come back right from the opening titles, because all of a sudden the danger, the immediacy, the tension from the first two is back, and that is not in Goldfinger. And that's not a mark against Guy Hamilton, but it's a key difference that is just not in Goldfinger. Even during the famous laser sequence, you get more of a sense of discomfort from the pacing of the editing and the fact that yes, there's no way out. How are we going to get out of here? But the way Hamilton looked at those scenes is that it was like a fun puzzle for the audience. It was like, let's set this up. There's no way out. You have 30 seconds to guess how he's going to get out of this, audience. All right, time's up. Up. No, we pulled a fast one on you, which is fine and it works beautifully. But it's just not the same and it's not immediate. And you never feel like James Bond is in mortal peril. And there's a certain detachment. It's much more about entertaining and blowing the audience away, and which in comparison, Terrence Young involves you. And in Thunderball, you're right there, and the danger's back all of a sudden, like a flip of a switch. Even in the opening teaser with the jetpack, yes, there's a jetpack, but the fight, even though it's Bob Simmons and drag, and that's a hysterically awesome moment, it's still a real rough fight where they destroy everything in the room because, of course, they're trying to top the Goldfinger fight with Capungo in the back room of the nightclub. But it's also much more two-fisted, and of course, Bond strangles the guy to death with the fireplace poker. It's like and you see Sean's face in close-up, and he's struggling, and his face is red, and he's actually sweating. Like the henchman deaths are not just throwaways. When Quist gets thrown to the sharks, he literally gets thrown onto a pool of live sharks, and then you watch the water turn red. It's like that sticks with you. It's tangible. The ending on the Runaway Disco Volante, although it's out of control, and some people laugh at the rear projection plates in the windows being wildly like this, it is so visceral and vivid. And then the editing builds up to such a ridiculous pace that you literally feel like you're going to jump up and start punching the air. And Bond gets punched in the face and he's bleeding out of his lip. But I think the best example of this is the Junkanoo street chase. And Bond is caught. He has no way out, has to use his ingenuity to cause a distraction and escape, but in the process gets shot in the leg and then escapes into the Junkanoo Street Parade, and they follow the trail of his blood on the ground, which again is really dramatic and also shows Bond wounded, which never happens in Goldfinger, and shows that he's not a Superman, and he barely manages to escape and then has to duck in a bathroom and wash the blood out of the wound and tie it with his handkerchief and like limp out, and then see that he's been caught again and has to come up with another way of escape, and of course escape a death trap and do it all with panache and style. And the whole time you're involved because he could quite easily die if he makes a wrong move. That does not happen in Goldfinger. That's a key difference, and that's really the difference in directorial approach, because there are death traps in Goldfinger. There are, snake pits and things like any classic adventure story. Same thing in Diamonds Are Forever, but it's played different. It's a different tone, and that's what's important about the difference. That's why the 3 Terrence Young films are so important. And all Thunderball is different, and it's not, admittedly not perfect. It's still got amazing things in it, and you can feel that. Or it may be just because I've seen these movies too many times. Oh gosh, Call Me Blonde. That's one of those, I've seen it once or twice. It's not a terribly good film. I don't know what possessed them to go make that in between Bond films, but I guess, I guess it's, I need to rewatch it because I saw it once as a kid because I had to, because it was the poster from Russia with Love. And then I was like, what is this movie? What is this title even? So yeah, it's, I guess it's a passable early 60s comedy, but I don't know. It doesn't really work. It's much better in the novel because the poster is Niagara, which is, one of the best Marilyn Monroe vehicles, and Joe Cotton's great in it, and sort of a smoldering Technicolor noir. Of course, I was determined to see that as a kid when I read the book, and I was like, "Oh, I have to see this now." Um, well, I think what makes Goldfinger different is not just the fact that Guy did it, because I think Guy is very underrated, and I know I always sound like I'm slighting him for being much more on the let's entertain everybody side of things, which is a perfectly viable approach. I think what makes Goldfinger so special, and this took me a while to figure out, but if you look at it, there's one key difference, and I think that's what it gives it that slightly different twinge. And it's because one person came in who was only involved with one film, and that was Goldfinger. If you look at the early films, they were not all completely written by Dick Maybaum. There were other people, there were some, earlier drafts and different things. But I think what makes Goldfinger slightly different is that it was Maybaum and Paul Dane who were given the screenwriting credit. And Paul Dane is a really interesting writer, who I think is actually very underrated. He was an early nuclear alarmist, and I think that really played into the MacGuffin of Goldfinger shifting from what's in the novel. And I think that's one of the great inspired moments in adapted screenplay history, is how they fixed the problem of the book Goldfinger simply being about trying to rob Fort Knox, and then make the MacGuffin irradiating the gold supply of the United States, which is just inspired. Um, and that was the only film he wrote in the series or had anything to do with. And he did seem to have a penchant for really, obviously very English, very witty comedy. And I think he was the one who came up with a lot of that sort of whimsical, sly humor, that this was not all completely serious. And I think Guy Hamilton, I don't know if they worked together on this. I don't know who may have started it, but I think that's what makes Goldfinger the one that's slightly different. And the reason, and the fact that that's the one that became the iconic film in the series kind of is messed up, because there, no other Bond film is quite like Goldfinger. Um, Diamonds Are Forever tries to be, and that's why Guy comes back. Um, and his direction really is inspired. He came up with a lot of the gags himself, a lot of the set pieces or the snake pits and things they would all dream up. But I think he's not given enough credit for how he builds tension in those scenes, and how he has a sort of breezy quality to that he brings to a lot of his direction. That's and it's not, and I use breezy in a sense of it's effortless, not that it's somebody not paying attention or not caring enough. And but I think the reason why they were never able to replicate the Goldfinger formula is they didn't go and get an extra writing voice like Paul Dane. And if you know his other works, there are flashes of that. And of course, he was brought in to do the Planet of the Apes sequels. So there's a little bit of that, say, an Escape from Planet of the Apes, where it becomes a social commentary. And of course, he put in all of his, feelings on nuclear war and things in the Ape sequels, which that's why I think they're all actually rather brilliant, even though they're very low budget. So I think that's what makes Goldfinger a little bit different, is his writing voice being in there. And I think that's the one key difference, because that's the only film he was involved with. But then again, I think the other Hamilton films are very underrated. I think Diamonds Are Forever is like a macabre, satirical black comedy comic strip farce for adults. It's and of course you have the legendary wit of Tom Mankiewicz in there, just twisting everything on its head and giving just the right amount of fourth wall breaking. So it's a strange beast of its own accord, and I think it's about time it's taken seriously as an artistic triumph, which I think it is. And then Live and Let Die, interestingly, I always thought it was so strange. My favorite movie of all time was made by Guy Hamilton, and I'm a Terrence Young diehard. But if you think about it, Live and Let Die is much more like a Terrence Young movie, but it's made by Guy Hamilton. So that shows he has range. So it's like an odd blend of the old Terrence Young two-fisted, more serious style, but with the sort of breeziness that Guy Hamilton has. So it is darker, it is more visceral, and there's a little bit of that in Golden Gun as well, where you have, of course, Everybody points to Roger being rougher as Bond, and the scene where he has to interrogate Andrea and kind of roughs her up a little bit. Um, but that is some trying something different. Hamilton always said he liked to do films in between because he liked to recharge his batteries, because he didn't like to do multiple ones in a row, because he felt like um, doing Golden Gun after the last two, he had kind of run dry, as it were. And I think that is something to keep in mind. I think it does help to give yourself some time off and do other things, because otherwise the well is going to run dry creatively. And yeah, I would argue that did kind of happen with Python, for example, on Meaning of Life, going into that, because it was a bit rushed, and they probably should have taken some more time and take some time off and stuff. So I mean, it happens everywhere. It's always, you gotta think about practicalities and things like that. But I think the biggest problem is that the Bond films are not taken seriously, and that nobody really looks at them critically, in terms like they would most other films. Um, so yeah, hopefully it was not too long. Um, I actually, I've heard Adolfo Celli's real voice in some things, and then you hear it a little bit on one of the DVD extras. But I mean, I can understand why they did the dubbing in some of the early films. I don't personally mind it, of course, but of course, I'm sure that was not pleasant for the actors to, find out anytime somebody's been redubbed. But yeah, Robert Rietti doing Largo is just so iconic for me, and it's just so much of the performance, the way his voice just chews over and savors words. It's just like with every word, he's just staring murderous holes through people. And of course, the eye patch and Adolfo Celi's white hair and visage. And outside of Dr. No, Largo is really the only main villain that ostensibly could have physically taken Connery's Bond, if you think about it. And I don't know if there's a more, oh man, this is going to be epic moment with Bond and a villain going mano to mano. You have a little bit of that in Doctor No, but it's on the reactor gantry, so there's that, and they build to that. But I think the one that goes even beyond that, and this is talking about main villain, not henchman fight, because usually the henchman fight is the big one. But if you think about it, Connery versus Donald Pleasance is not quite fair. Connery versus Charles Gray, it's not quite fair. It's why they got rid of the ending in the salt mine and Diamonds Are Forever, because they were like, this fight would be ludicrous. But at the end of the underwater sequence in Thunderball, when Bond catches up to Largo and they're going to get away with the sled and the bombs, and then when the music swells up and Largo turns around and he just pulls a knife and he just stands there and he's waiting, and he's like, he's waited this whole movie, he's going to kill him with his bare hands, and it's just like, oh, this is just and it's kind of a shame that then he just cuts the air hose and takes the mask off because he has to run away. They don't have this like battle to the death underwater. Of course, the battle on the ship is great, and then that's a great denouement. Of course, there's that, and then there's the earlier moment in the montage of the underwater battle when the music builds up to a frenzy and everything, and there's that absolutely unforgettable moment when Largo turns around and just all the blood is pouring off his knife, and he almost has like this grin of malevolent murderousness across his face. He's like, I've just killed 15 guys with my bare hands, like ultimate piratical murderous glee. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I just love the physicality of that performance and the way the dubbing of the voice just like enhances that. So I can understand why they dubbed that, because it really makes the scenes more impactful. I love how this always turns into Bond theory. It's like, I can't help it. It just comes out. um, Hamilton is not as tough as Terrence Young in film, but I disagree. There's no sense of danger. Hamilton's excitement in many aspects comes from the danger. Yeah, I'm not. I should probably rephrase that a little bit. I'm not saying there's no danger. I'm saying it's handled in a different way. The reason why I bring up the laser sequence is the danger and the tension in that sequence, if you really were to look at it, it comes more out of the editing and the sequencing and then the way the music is laid in. And so there is danger there, but it's like you're it's detached in a certain way. There's this certain distance, because again, Hamilton's methodology was to set up the scene and build the tension in terms of it not letting up. In this sequence, it's like, how is he going to get out of here? But the key is that he's going to get out of there, and Hamilton knows that he's going to get out of there. So the fun then becomes seeing how long you can build up that tension and then stretch it out, and the way Hitchcock would build a suspense sequence. And that's where the fun comes in, but all the while he's going to get out of it, because Hamilton didn't take it seriously in the way that Terrence Young did. Whereas when Terrence Young would do a sequence, it's built up in suspense the way Hitchcock would do it. But the whole time, you don't have that knowing quality of he's going to get out of it somehow. How is he going to get out of it? Because he gets shot, he gets bruised, he gets bruised, he gets battered. He's much more human, and it's much more visceral, and everything has an importance attached to it because there isn't that level of detachment between the audience and the story. You're caught up in it. It's much more participatory. At least that's just, I think, an easy way to read it and to talk about the difference between the two styles. And because this forms the whole core of the way the series can go, it's like a seesaw or a yin and yang, I would say. That's the way I've always felt, at least. Of course, it may be just my reading of it. But that's kind of the way I look at it. And it's two different schools of thought that do the same thing. But I think there is a difference in the three Terrence Young films, and that's why they're so much more visceral and impactful. And I think that's what Peter Hunt got back to on Honor Majesty's Secret Service, because he himself said that's what he was trying to do. He wanted to make it the way he and Terrence did in the editing rooms, and make them serious and strip out the gadgets and get rid of that, and basically get rid of the Goldfinger qualities, and then even on Thunderball and Live Choice, where everything got so big, and to scale it all back down. And give it real narrative focus. So again, it's just different schools of thought and different ways of working that get to the same thing, but they have slightly different tonalities. And that's not to say that either one is bad, because I love them all dearly with every ounce of my soul. So this is just me splitting hairs. This is not me saying something is good or something is bad. So yes, that's just that probably hopefully explains it a little bit better what I'm trying to get at. I'm glad you brought that up, Pete. That's probably the best example. I should have used that before, because I've thought about this before. If you want to really get the difference between the way Young and Hamilton worked, it's easiest to look at if you look at the differences between the fight scenes. If you compare the train fight with Red Grant versus the odd job fight in Fort Knox and Goldfinger, easily by far and large the two best fight sequences in the history of the cinematic medium, because the stories have built up to them. They've built a level of tension that you cannot replicate, because the films have led up to those specific moments, and each one is beautifully crafted in its photography and its choreography and its storytelling, and even its sound design, which was really remarkable at the time for mono tracks, because most people didn't pay attention to sound design for mono, especially for lower budgeted British films. But that being said, they are done in completely different ways. And it all goes back to what I've been talking about, the difference between Terrence Young and Guy Hamilton in terms of the way they approached it. It's perfectly valid in either way. But in From Russia with Love, it's in tight quarters. It's all about two individuals who are at the point of a pent-up explosion of emotion and bloodlust and rage, anger, betrayal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, one of them is a complete psychopath. And the whole film is built up to it. And it's a really dirty, brutal man on man fight to the death. Whereas in Goldfinger, you have the same setup. The whole movie has built up to this point, but it's not just about two guys. The setting has changed, and it's a big, wide open space. And it happens to be the gold vault of all the nations, the gold supply of the United States at Fort Knox. But you also have cutaways. You have the battle going on above. You have the ticking time bomb, which gives us a time limit, and also gives us a constant distraction. And all this is going on while cutting back to the fight, which has been built up to over the course of the whole film. And you've been wondering the whole time, well, if they get in a fight, how is he ever going to beat Oddjob? Oddjob is unstoppable. And then they further demonstrate how Oddjob is unstoppable and how Bond is clearly overmatched. And he has no repentance whatsoever. And he tries everything and nothing works. And there's a slight tinge of comedy to it because he's beaten up and nothing works. And he's failed at everything. And he's exasperated at that point. So it's constructed differently. But even though the tension is there and the danger is there, it's not immediate in the way that it is in the From Russia with Love fight. Because in the From Russia with Love fight, you know it could go either way, but you're also right in there in the train compartment with them because it's so brutal and so visceral and so insanely suspenseful in the build up to it. And again, every scene of the film that Grant has been in or the plot has been unraveled further has built to this one specific moment. And Bond has failed at the beginning of this and is going to die. Whereas in Goldfinger, you have all this other stuff going on. And there's, again, this certain level of detachment. You're not wondering, as you are From Russia with Love, how can he survive in a way of how can he physically overcome this guy in this immediate moment? This guy who's been trained to kill him for this exact moment for months and months and months and months and months. Whereas in Goldfinger, it's a matter of how can he get out of this situation when all of these things are stacked up against him? Which one will be the way that he will be able to defeat Oddjob and then get to the bomb and stop it? It becomes more of a matter of, yes, he has to use his ingenuity, but he tried A, that didn't work. He went to B, that didn't work. He tried C, that didn't work. He tried option D, which was the hat, and that didn't work. So now what is he going to do? Your turn to guess, guys. And again, I think it's one of the, like I said, I think they're the two best fight sequences ever staged because each film totally balances and builds up to that particular moment in each film respectively, but they're handled in totally different ways. And that's what kept Goldfinger fresh by not repeating what From Russia with Love did. But you have to think, what would that fight have been like had Terrence Young stayed on and directed Goldfinger like he was supposed to do? It would have been a lot more visceral at the very least. But I don't think it would have been maybe as witty or whimsical or as beautifully iconic as what Hamilton and everybody came up with. So it's just a different way of looking at it. But the tonality is totally different. That was probably way too long of an answer. But anyway, people underestimate how good mono can sound. People are still remember Jaws being very loud and powerful in 1975. Yes. A well-mixed mono track they still work. There are great mono tracks from the 80s. Of course, the first Terminator is a great example. And with everything going to streaming nowadays and people just using soundbars and TVs and such, I've often wondered it probably would be a good idea if people started making alternate mono tracks for those again, since most people do not have a home theater and some people watch things on their phones nowadays, which only have a mono speaker. So I think if people made a mono track or even a plain stereo track as a fallback, that might help for some things. And all the endless complaints we have about people saying their sound isn't good when they have crappy equipment and sources. But anyway, yeah. And a lot of some of the credit goes to Peter Hunt, who did, help with some of the sound and gave some input and stuff. But a lot of the credit needs to go to Norman Wanstall for really trying to, push what you could do with single channel sound and go out and record new sound elements and not use sound effect libraries that have been used for decades. And to, he and Peter Hunt would get the engineers to mess with the levels of things. So that's why in Dr. No, you have some like really loud sound effects just to like make sure you're still awake. Like the coffee tray that sounds like a nuclear warhead out, or a cannonball. But of course, that's why Norman Wanstall won the Oscar for Goldfinger. And rightfully so, because if you think about the Odd Job sequence, just the sound design alone, like all I immediately think of the particular ticking of the bomb, the way it makes that little wah 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 noise, and then the little ticking of the tumblers going dee 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 dee, and then especially the echo of their footsteps, the way the sound is when Bond is thrown across the floor, and that beautiful sliding noise that you get when he slides across the floor. It's got a little tiny bit of echo in it. The way when Connery punches and when Odd Job chops, and the way they make certain oaths and utterances, it has slight echo on it, and then sometimes it's pitched down really low because you hear Bond struggling, and you hear these little like grunts and noises because he's really giving him everything he has. And they play around with the fact this is an open space, so they use the natural echo of it. And then the way the hat sounds when it clangs on the bars and it's really loud, and then it slowly fades away to drive the point home that there's really metal in the hat. So yeah, there is artistry in that, but again, people aren't going to look for it if they're not paying attention. Yeah, Spectre was a grab bag of just random ideas. There were like random references. I know Mike Wilson said that they put specific references to every film. I remember like when they got to one place, they put Daniel Craig in a outfit that looked like Bond's outfit in Tangier in The Living Daylights. A black shirt, white pullover jacket, and the khaki pants combo. And I'm like, what? Why are you? And of course, using the black roll neck and holster from Live and Let Die for the teaser poster. And then they had a train fight that seemed to try and mimic both From Russia with Love and The Spy Who Loved Me at Once, that went on for like 10 minutes for no reason. So many things. And then the weirdest one was the ending. All of a sudden, yeah, it's Blofeld. Yeah, he's got a secret base doing who knows what, just cause I don't know. All right, now we're gonna have a torture scene that, wait a minute, why? Oh my God, are they doing Colonel Sun? What? So for the first time ever, they specifically pull from a continuation book, but don't even do that because they've always refused to use continuation book materials. It took me a solid minute before I realized, I'm like, why does this feel so weird? I'm like, wait, they're doing that thing in his head. That's the torture in Colonel Sun, the ending. Oh my God. And they didn't even talk about that. Like they've refused to do continuation materials for like 35, 40 years, but okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, like I make no bones about it. There's the not just the train fight, but the whole sequence building up to it. That's the best scene in the history of the franchise. It's one of the great scenes in the history of the cinematic medium. It's one of the great suspense sequences, and you could even argue it really starts from the moment Grant appears on the at the train station platform after killing poor Bill Hill in the loo. Because Peter Hunt had the absolutely ingenious notion of you see Grant walk out, he's got the hat, he's got the attaché case, he's got the coat, and he looks over at Bond, and he goes over to give up the recognition code, and you're like, oh no, he doesn't know the code. How will this work? He's going to find him out. Of course he's going to find him out, and then we'll be good. But then Peter got the idea to put the train whistle and the smoke over the soundtrack so you don't hear what they're saying. And you see him pull the case out, and you're automatically going, oh my God, did he just wing it? Oh my God, he got on the train. Oh no, this is wrong. No, this can't be, And then all the scenes leading up to it, he puts on that fake accent, and he does all these little over accentuated English mannerisms that as the audience, you're like screaming at that point going, he's how can you not see? He's overdoing it, you know? And it's just all these little things, and it builds and it builds and it builds and it builds. And of course, the whole movie's been building to this point. And then finally, when the reveal happens, when the turn happens, Bond is knocked out, stripped of his weapons and wallet and cash and everything, and then is staring into the point of his own gun on his knees. There is no way out. And they also do the lovely little touch for the fans who read the book. If you look very closely, this is probably missed by most audiences now. I think it's mentioned in one of the commentaries, but if you look very closely, if you'd read the book at this point, you know that the way Bond gets out in the book is the train goes into a tunnel and Grant shoots him with a copy of War and Peace with a hidden gun in it. And it hits the cigarette case, the classic gunmetal cigarette case, because it's in Bond's pocket and it deflects the bullet from his heart. And then the train comes out of the tunnel and Bond plays dead to then get the drop on Grant and stab him with the shoe knife. Not really a good method of getting out of it. It's a little like, oh, really? It's like the knife in Octopussy going through the sheaf of money. Thank God for hard currency. But at least, you know, that movie's kind of more comical in tone anyway, so that fits. But for Much With Love, if you notice, when Grant goes through and searches Bond's body, he actually pulls out the cigarette case. So if you saw this movie on the original release and you had read the novel and you were a big fan, you would be waiting for that, and then you'd see him pull the cigarette case out and you'd be like, oh my God, what? Well, how's he going to get out of it now? Because he took the case out. And then that's when they bring the attaché case into play, and then they build that, and then they make it take agonizingly long. And then you notice Grant opens it one catch at a time. So they stretch out every last possible moment, but it's that exchange they have, that beautiful 2 to 3 minutes they have when Bond has failed. He is staring into certain death, and Grant cannot resist torturing him and his hatred of English snobbery and everything that's English. And Bond sits there and tries to needle him and tries to psychoanalyze him and find his weak spot, and senses, when he mentions the sovereigns, that, you know, there is this maybe slight touch of greed when Grant seems interested. So then he hits upon that. And you notice that he plays that even further when he does the bit with the attaché case by trying to indicate that there's a hidden weapon in the other case, which makes Grant want to open it himself. So it's so brilliantly constructed and played, but it's those particular exchanges for me that sell the whole thing. And, you know, people always bring up the Goldfinger scene, and yes, it's iconic, and yes, it's great. And they know, no, Mr. Bond expects you to die. And they don't know the next line, which is equally important. There is nothing you can tell me about that I don't already know. But to me, even better, and probably quite possibly the best lines in the whole series, are all in that exchange between Grant and Bond, because it's all about the British class system, and it's all about Grant's repression, and it's all about a mockery of Bond and everything that England is. And then the way that Robert Shaw delivers, you know, your word of honor as an English gentleman. The first one won't kill you, not the second, not even the third, not till you crawl over here and you kiss my foot. It's just, the tension just literally it just drips out of the screen. So yeah, that's it. It's hard when you peak dramatically in your second movie. But yeah, that's it, and because everything's built up to that moment. You know, that scene alone is like, you know, that get you enshrined in the books of great directors and great writers and so on and so forth. But it's in a Bond movie, so of course they don't take it that seriously. You know, but yeah, it's astonishing. Yeah, I will admit I've quoted that scene way too many times. What lunatic asylum did they break you out of? Don't make it tougher on yourself. My orders are to kill you, deliver the lector. How I do it's my business. It'll be slow and painful. Red wine with fish. That should have told me something. You may know the right wines, but you're the one on your knees. And then in comparison, all we get is, I am the author of all of your pain. And inwardly, I just do. Oh, that makes Jinx look like Halle Berry's giving a Shakespeare recital. Oh, geez. Like a Yo Mama joke would have been better. Oh, man. Yeah, it's unfortunate they weren't able to put Red Grant's backstory in the movie because the censors would not have liked it. It was a real surprise when I first read the novel as a kid, when Red Grant has this little flashback to his salad days as a growing serial killer and how he was apparently affected by the cycles of the moon, and when the moon got really full he would just eventually go out on his bicycle and start killing things, and then they knew there was this crazy moon killer that would come out and murder things when the moon was full in his little village, and his child life was terrible, and then he got involved in the war and had a real bloodlust, and then it was over and he didn't know what to do, so then he just went to the Russian embassy one day. I was like, I'd like to defect. And they're like, what? And then they finally realized, oh my God, this guy's freaking crazy. He's a psychopath. Well, we should probably just kill him. We can't really send him back. We should probably just kill him, but maybe let's send him to Smerish. And then Smerish is like, well, we really need to kill this guy. He's freaking crazy. But, I do think we have an opening for Cray Cray executioner / torturer for all our, whatever we're going to do. I think this guy would be a good fit. We haven't been able to get a real guy to fill that because every guy gets sick or goes crazy, or we have to kill him every couple months. We got to get a new guy. I think this guy would do well, and so then he becomes chief executioner for Smerish. he lives in a house they give him and all that stuff, which becomes the Spectre Island that you see, the training and all that, and the masseuse by the lake and stuff. But it's such a fantastic backstory that once you read the novel, you can't not picture that being his backstory in the film, because I'm sure it was. They just obviously couldn't say that. But I'm able to just think of that and just read that into Robert Shaw's performance. I'm sure he was thinking about that because I'm sure they all went and read the book and that's what they were working off of, but they just couldn't say it. But it's just a beautiful, wild, extraordinarily imaginative backstory that could be amazing to have seen in a movie, but you could not do that in the early 60s. And yeah, he was underrated and everything. Even if the movie was bad, he's great. Of course, Quint and Black Sunday, he's fantastic. Man for All Seasons, especially. But yeah, it's like I can't help it. Grant is my favorite role of his. I think he's so phenomenal, even when he's mostly silent for most of the movie. So when he does open his mouth, oh, it's so suspenseful and so biting, and the fact that he's overplaying his hand is this over English gentleman. Could we have a bite to eat, sir? I've been on the go since breakfast. I know this territory like the back of my hand. I only got him's wire about an hour ago. And he overplays it, and it's just so perfect because it's obviously somebody playing what the Russians told him an Englishman is like, and also his hatred of everything England. So it's all this stuff just like stewing in this crazy person. So, oh gosh, I gotta say, I really did like Force 10 from Navarone. It may be just me being weird, but I mean, it's not perfect, but I was genuinely surprised at how much I enjoyed it. It's definitely really has nothing to do with the original film at all. It was so delayed that they eventually had to recast the whole movie. You have the Bond actors who appear. You have, Barbara Bach is in a small role. Richard Keel's in a small role. So many faces you recognize and remember. It's got some brilliant, darkly funny moments. I don't know what it is. I thought it worked surprisingly well. I always heard it was not good and terrible and run of the mill. Certainly got sequences that are a little dull, and there are some passages that probably maybe needed the writing a bit beefed up, but I was genuinely surprised when I rewatched it how much I just genuinely enjoyed a lot of the things, and I loved Robert Shaw in it. And my favorite moment in the entire movie may be when they try to blow up the dam, and Harrison and Robert Shaw are down in there, and they pull the charge and they blow it up, and then they get knocked out and they wake up and they're covered in all the rubble and stuff. And then everybody looks around and nothing happened. And then Harrison just starts screaming, "It didn't work!" just I just found that hysterical. And of course, Edward Fox in most anything, and he just like needles everybody the whole time. So yeah, I was genuinely surprised how enjoyable I found it. And then everybody else seems to just kind of not like it all that much. So I'm like, well, I guess it must be just me. Um, Worst Oscar choices snubs in history. Well, I have to say, I watched the telecast, religiously every year up until about a couple years ago because I just stopped really caring about any of the nominees because usually most of them are just, it's like they have to nominate things. So they just add in a bunch of stuff. Um, but I definitely think that a lot of the winners in the past, 5 to 10 years really are, I don't know. It's like they make movies to be award bait and then they nominate some things just because they're popular. But it's like you think about a lot of the nominees and in the recent past, and it's like, it doesn't really seem Oscar worthy, especially in comparison to some things. So the snubs, I think, are really some of the ones where it's like the cases where somebody should have won something and then they give it to them for something else, but everybody knows it was really for a different movie. Um, because it's always been a political game, so it's never, unfortunately, technically always going to be the person or film that should have won. I definitely think the worst Best Picture winner, if we're talking about the classic era, is Greatest Show on Earth, which is literally a 2.5 hour circus commercial. As much as Steven Spielberg loves it to death and he grew up on it, I just thought it was interminably a bore. Outside of Chuck Heston in the prototype Indiana Jones costume and the combined total of 5 minutes that Jimmy Stewart is in the movie and has the most dramatic moment in the whole movie, and they make you wait till the whole end to wonder why he's been in clown makeup the whole movie, and you finally get told at the end, and I'm like, that was a movie in and of itself that would have been great. Why couldn't we have done that? I didn't need a 2.5 hour commercial about the circus. What the hell is this, and why this win Best Picture? And what was wrong with you, DeMille? Like, why did you make this? Admittedly, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it is not a Best Picture winner. There are, cases you can make for what should have won Best Picture, things like that. 1940, I think Rebecca should not have won Best Picture. I think it should have been Foreign Correspondent, hands down, because that is a masterpiece. And Rebecca is also a masterpiece, but it's definitely more of a Selznick movie. And I think Foreign Correspondent wipes the floor with Rebecca, as much as I love Rebecca. And I think Foreign Correspondent was easily the best movie of 1940. But they nominated it, but they gave it to Rebecca because Rebecca was the Selznick movie, and nobody was going to give it to Foreign Correspondent because it was Walter Wanger and it was viewed as more of a B movie, when that's part of the picture's greatness, that it has that swoop and everything. I think the easiest ones are the actor ones, where again you have the cases where people win it for something else. I think the biggest one is it's actually both actor and picture, and it's because Gone with the Wind happened in 1939. Of course, that was going to win everything. And yes, Gone with the Wind is great. And yes, Clark Gable is iconic in Gone with the Wind, and he's fantastic. And he's a phenomenal actor and screen icon. But Jimmy Stewart should have won for Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, which should have also won Best Picture because it's arguably Capra's finest picture, which Capra said so even himself. And the fact that Jimmy Stewart did not win the Oscar for Mr. Smith is just insane. And everybody says, and they said back then, that the reason why they gave him the Oscar for the Philadelphia Story, which is a phenomenal performance the next year, was because it was a makeup for the fact he didn't win it for Mr. Smith. And there's a long history of stuff like that. But that's one of those, like, come on. Like, come on. Like, yes, Rhett Butler gets to say the "frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn" line, but the filibuster that Jefferson Smith gives is literally, 20 solid minutes of some of the most iconic lines you ever hear in your life. And still to this day makes grown men cry like little babies. So, you know, there's a bit of a difference here. And movie builds up to that, and it's just Jimmy talking. There's nobody else. There's some cutaways, and that's it. You know, there's a bit of a difference. you know, um, I also make the argument, of course, for Jimmy not winning for Vertigo, but Vertigo was not, you know, hugely respected on its original release. Everybody hated it. The critics panned it. It died a quick death, and everybody kind of forgot about it until it was rediscovered really by critics throughout the 70s. And then when it was finally reissued in the 80s as part of the Lost Hitchcocks program, and then it built its reputation over time. You know, of course, Citizen Kane only winning screenplay, you know, but again, it goes back to the Academy always being a political game and being a studio game, and that still exists to this day. I'd also argue Peter O'Toole not winning for Lawrence of Arabia, as iconic as Greg Peck is in To Kill a Mockingbird. It's like, it's like, there's, you know, it's like, I love Greg Peck to death. You know, him as Atticus Finch, yes, it's iconic, but I mean, Peter O'Toole, Lawrence of Arabia, like, really, like, guys, really, you know, it's Ascend to Kill a Mockingbird. Yes, great, iconic line. Not quite on the same level as No Prisoners, or you know, We Will Take Aqaba, or the trick is in not minding that it hurts, or and of course, Nothing is Written. I mean, you know, that's like, oh my God, you know, again, makes grown men cry like little babies. Bit of a difference in impact there. You know, but you could play this game and talk about your favorites, who should have won, and things like that. Those are just some random ones that always pop up in my head. Yeah. How green was my Valley winning was only because of Hearst and the controversy. Yeah. Also didn't help that all the other studios got together and tried to get RKO to sell them the negative rights so they could burn it themselves. So yeah, Kane was lucky to win one award. Just one. You know, was lucky to, you know, if it had been for George Schaefer not buckling down to pressure and standing up to all the moguls and to Hearst himself, Kane would have never been shown. The negative would have been burned, sold, and destroyed forever. So yeah, we're lucky Kane got one Oscar. Let's see, what's another one? Classic one. I just remembered another one because I remember there's one anecdote. Leo McCarey winning Best Director for Going My Way. Leo McCarey, great director. Going My Way, not really the picture you think of for direction, but winning over Billy Wilder for Double Indemnity. And of course, famously, Billy Wilder at the Oscars stuck his foot out to trip Leo as he was going up to win his award, because Billy Wilder, of course. And on that same tack, Jack Lemmon not winning for The Apartment. Just saying. You know. Yeah, I could go down that list forever, but that's the one I always loved because, of course, Billy would do that. Just be like, like, forget the disappointed face reaction cams. He just literally stuck his foot out and tripped him as he was making his march up, like, I won. And then if you want to go down that route, the primary factor for the greatest producer in A features in the golden age of Hollywood, and the reason why Warner Brothers became so immensely successful in the 1930s and 40s, the chief architect of the Warner Brothers success story, the primary factor in his deterioration of relationships with Jack Warner, especially at Warner Brothers. Casablanca wins Best Picture at the 1943 Oscars, and Hal Wallace gets up to accept the award. And of course, being the producer of the film, because he was an independent producer at Warner Brothers and produced specifically under his own production credit several specific films, one of which in all the other films he produced that year, one was Casablanca. So he produced Casablanca while producing all the others he produced. Jack Warner had nothing to do with it. And so when Hal Wallace gets up to accept the Oscar for Best Picture for Casablanca, which was entirely his doing, Jack Warner gets up, runs up the stage, grabs the Oscar, says thank you, and runs off with it before Hal can do anything. And that was like what did it. So that's what led to Hal Wallace leaving Warner Brothers, when he was literally the architect behind all of their great successes. And it worked his way all the way up. So yeah, that's like the ultimate Oscar snub, and that led to, you know, one of the great creative partnerships just breaking. Oh shoot, you're right, Pete. I totally forgot. I always want to say Clark Gable won, but you're right. It's actually Robert Dunant and Goodbye, Mr. Chips. My bad. But all anybody remembers is Clark Gable. And yes, Goodbye, Mr. Chips is great. And I do love Robert Dunant, but it's like, come on, guys. Like, really? And I think there may have been some talk about how the vote was split, maybe between Gable and Jimmy, and then I think Dunant's number of votes, because back in the older days, it was easy to split the vote, and then like a third person would just come in and win it somehow. So there's that as well. And then like all the members of certain studios would vote for the studio film of that category. So it's like it was very, very politicized back in the day. Yeah, John Williams is a weird case. Won more than any other composer, but also robbed more times than anybody else. If you read about any of the composers, they usually have the most nominations, like, and then like the great composers nobody's ever heard of if they worked at the studio. The same thing with the studio costumers or the studio production people or the studio set designers. It'll be like so-and-so with 54 Academy Award nominations and 2 wins. And people are like, who? It's like, well, they were the chief costume designer at Fox for 30 years. They got nominated 3 times a year. Or like it was Alfred Newman at Fox, the brilliant composer, because he was the, you know, chief Fox composer. Sometimes he would get nominated there. I think there's one year he was nominated like 3 times and competed against himself in the same category. You know? But that's just how it used to be. And then sometimes they would just credit the chief of the department would still get credit, even though they had nothing to do with the movie. So like Edith Head got a lot of credits, but she wasn't necessarily working on each of those. But because she was the head of that department, she technically had to get credit on every movie the studio made. So there was all that too. But anyway. Yeah, but Chariots of Fire was more award bait. So of course the music was memorable and people just looked at it and go, oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, vote for that. There's just something recently, somebody said, you know, it'd be great if all Oscar voters actually watched all the nominees and actually saw all of the movies they voted on. People were like, well, they don't have time and they don't always get screeners and da. It's like, well, you should at least be able to make an educated guess or opinion, but that doesn't mean they're going to. And yeah, Star Wars getting snubbed in every major category was a deliberate, you know, we don't like popular things. This is not art, we say. And yes, Annie Hall is a great movie. It was not the best picture of 1977. It was not. It just wasn't. That was the Academy saying, screw you. We don't like your popular isms. We are about arts and sciences and look at us. And it's like, okay, if you really were, you would understand what this actually means and how this is groundbreaking in a lot of different ways, and was also extraordinarily respectful to the great styles of storytelling from the past that not only have been neglected, but that you yourself neglected back then. You know, Gunga Din did not win major awards, but it's, you know, one of the great adventure films. The Academy didn't care about adventure films back then. They didn't care in 77, and they certainly don't care now because they don't exist. But yes, Star Wars was obviously the best picture of 1977. But, you know, I should have mentioned that before, but that is one, the more I think about it, the more it sticks with you, because it is a total snub. And the fact that they gave it to Annie Hall, which was a super small shoestring budget with all of the earmarks of what would eventually become an independent film. And yes, it was groundbreaking in some of its techniques. And yes, it's iconic for different things, but it was not the best picture of 1977. It did not dominate the entire world landscape out of nowhere without intending to, you know. It didn't, you know. Star Wars was a once in a lifetime thing, and they were just like, it's not artistic enough, we say. Um, you know, but these are the same people that would never give Python an award, for changing the landscape of comedy. They're not going to do it. Famous one, Dances with Wolves winning over Goodfellas is criminal. That's one I actually am okay with. I actually am kind of glad they did that, because at the time nobody did epics, and especially westerns, and especially philosophical epic westerns, and nobody in their right mind was going to make that. You just couldn't make an epic. You couldn't make a movie that was 3 hours. You couldn't make a movie with big cinematography and like they used to make road shows, and especially a western, and especially a thoughtful western. Like, I'm still astonished Dances with Wolves was ever made. Um, do I think it's perfect? No. But I think it was so important and impactful in so many different ways at that time, because it had been so long since anybody had done anything like that. Especially post Heaven's Gate. I think that was really the first movie after Heaven's Gate to be anything like a big sprawling epic. So I will always have to give credit to Dances with Wolves for all those different reasons. I'm also not. I've never been really giant on Goodfellas. Like, I really like it. I admire it for all the different things, but it's not my favorite Scorsese film. I don't have the same level of attachment to it like it seems most people do. I'm not saying it's not great, but I can see how Dances with Wolves was chosen over Goodfellas, and of course, it's also easier for the Oscars to pick up on because it's so epic, and it's always like why they make award bait movies. Like, the Oscars will always go to the acting roles that are showier or more technically difficult, or the makeups or the performance gimmicks, or the movies that are more about serious drama or art or big in scale or scope compared to the smaller one. Like, there are certain qualities they seem to look for, and they'll always give it to that one, even if it's not as good as the other ones. Simply because it's like they have these blinders on all the time. Oh yeah, best picture, and then director nom's not happening. That, and vice versa. That still happens to this day, and it makes no sense. It never does. I think the ultimate snub was when they gave Color Purple like 13 noms or whatever it was, and then it won nothing. It was like, we are going to cut Steven Spielberg down to size, and the whole industry felt that way back in the 80s. So that was I think like the most notorious one. Yeah, Taxi Driver and Raging Bull, and yeah, the fact that Scorsese did not win prior to The Departed was just one of those things. Yeah, I mean, especially Taxi Driver. Of course, they weren't going to nominate a young guy for Mean Streets, of course, because most people didn't see Mean Streets. But yeah, it's like some of those things, like if they had pushed Age of Innocence more, that might have gotten him, an Oscar win, because that's much more of an Academy movie. So yeah, but there are some you just really got to question it. Like, how did Paul Newman not win for The Verdict? Like, come on. Like, it's because Ben Kingsley was in Gandhi the same year, and that is pure Oscar bait. Although that movie was not made to be Oscar bait, but the Oscars are just going to go crazy over that. And The Verdict may very well be Paul Newman's best performance, yet he wins it for The Color of Money, which some people feel is because he should have won it for The Verdict, which I agree. Although I love his performance in The Color of Money, it's just not as good a story as The Hustler, and you could go on. Yeah, Rocky Horror Taxi Driver, no. But it was feel good and popular, but then it's like, well, why didn't they give it to Star Wars, because they didn't like Star Wars because it was popular, but why'd they like Rocky because it was popular? I don't know. It makes no sense. It's sometimes impossible to figure out the madness of the Oscars and the Oscar logic. Um, but anyhow, it's a never-ending conundrum that we're about to go through all over again. I don't know. I hope they mess up the envelopes again. That was the biggest highlight of of Oscardom in the past like 15 years at least. And then they tried to keep a straight face, like nothing happened. It's all fine. We swear. Um, but then again, I always get the feeling like I'm one of the few people that actually sits through the whole show and does a ballot and stuff. Like, but then I got to the point where I stopped doing the ballot because I was just like, I don't care about any of these nominees. I know it's going to be either this one or this one, and I don't know the way they're going to swing, but I know it's going to be one of these two, because I know the way their minds work. I know the way they tick. I know only like 20% actually vote, and then like only 5% try to watch stuff. But anyway, so it's getting pretty late on my end, so I think I better wind it down and call it an evening. So I want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out and letting me spiel on Python, because had Python on the brain for a long while, pretty much the whole past week. And hopefully this inspires people to dig back into Python, maybe check out some of the books if you haven't before. And I'm definitely excited. I really want to get the Network Flying Circus Blu-ray, because the restoration does look really incredible for the elements they had to work with. So definitely check that out if you haven't yet. It's out in the UK and you can get it over here, but you have to import it. But definitely check the versions and make sure you don't get a messed up box. But yeah, I've just been, fueled by Python the past week since Terry Jones died. So just wanted to, talk some Python with you guys and, pass a few quotes here and there, but what do you think I do my next live stream? Well, hopefully soon. It'd be great if I could do them every week, but unfortunately, it's kind of hard to cram in one of these marathon sessions once a week. I don't think my throat likes it very very much. Hopefully I can get in one next week. I'm trying to. Oh well, thank you. Best 4 hours spent. Thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to do them once a week, but I'm at least trying to get a couple hours notice, so I don't just randomly pop up and people aren't available or they don't know or they're not on YouTube or something. But yeah, hopefully I'm able to get one in next week as well. So trying to get on more of a regular schedule, if not every week, like maybe bi-weekly or something. But in any case, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for letting me rant and rave about Monty Python and their own just particular brand of beautiful mad genius. So as always, everybody, keep your disc spinning, keep physical media alive, and as always, have a better one.